Welcome back everyone for day 2 of MPC Retreat. So the first talk today will be given by Ashish Chowdhury. Ashish Chowdhury is an associate professor at IIIT Bangalore where he teaches courses related to cryptography. His research interests are in asynchronous MPC and distributed consensus. Looking to hear from you.
Okay, so thanks for the introduction. So I will be talking about unconditionally secure asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. Some of the work that I have done and some what's the state of the art and what are the challenges that we have in this domain. So how many of you know Shami's polynomial based secret sharing? I guess everyone, right? So if we take the polynomial based secret sharing, then we have a bunch of n parties, and one of them is a designated dealer with some private input S, and the goal is to secret share the secret S. To do this, what the dealer does, picks a random t-degree polynomial and embeds the secret S in constant term, and the share for each party is a distinct point on this t-degree polynomial. Now why this works? We know that if any subset of t parties collude with their shares, they will fail to find out what's the secret because the polynomial f of x is randomly chosen. Right. But this polynomial based secret sharing works under the assumption that the dealer is honest, it will pick a t-degree polynomial and it will distribute shares lying on a t-degree polynomial. What if the dealer is corrupt? Right? We have absolutely no control over the adversary, so dealer itself could be corrupt. And if the dealer is corrupt, then the problem that could occur here is that it may not pick a t-degree polynomial. That means the shares which it is distributing could be inconsistent. So what we require here is a verification mechanism on top of this Naive's polynomial based secret sharing, where the verification should guarantee that the shares distributed by the dealer are consistent and lie on a t-degree polynomial. And that's what is the notion of verifiable secret sharing is. So unlike the regular Shami's secret sharing, verifiable secret sharing is a two-phase protocol. It's an interactive protocol where the parties interact, and we will have a sharing phase protocol, let's call it IISc, where the dealer will pick its polynomial and distribute the shares, and then the parties will interact with each other to verify whether the shares are consistent or not. And once it is established that the shares are consistent, then they can go to the reconstruction phase, where the goal will be to reconstruct the secret. So in the reconstruction protocol, the input for the parties will be the shares that they have at the end of the sharing phase. And again, this will be an interactive protocol. And at the end of the reconstruction phase, we require that all the parties should output a common value that's denoted by S prime. Now, what are the security goals of any VSS scheme? We need the following properties. Privacy requires that at the end of the sharing phase, if the dealer is honest, the privacy of S is maintained. Because anyway, during the reconstruction phase, the secret will be reconstructed by exchanging shares. So we require the privacy only for the case when the dealer is honest and only till the end of the sharing phase. We require correctness, which says that if the dealer is honest both during the sharing phase and during the reconstruction phase, then during the reconstruction phase, the value which is reconstructed should be the dealer's input only. It should not happen that the parties end up reconstructing an arbitrary value. It should be the same value which was the input of the dealer, provided dealer was honest throughout the sharing phase as well as the reconstruction phase. We also require termination, or some other term for this is the liveness, which demands that there should be some known time bound within which both the sharing phase and the reconstruction phase should get over. And the most important property of verifiable secret sharing is that of commitment. And what does the commitment say? Commitment says that even if the dealer is corrupt, at the end of the sharing phase, there should be a well-defined value, say S star, which is shared among the parties. And later during the reconstruction phase, the same committed value S star should be reconstructed. It should not happen that the input of the dealer is not well defined at the end of the sharing phase, and later during the reconstruction phase, any arbitrary value gets reconstructed. So even if the dealer is corrupt, it should be somehow enforced that dealer is committed to a well-defined secret, let's call it S star. And later during the reconstruction phase, when the parties try to reconstruct the dealer's input, it should be S star only which gets reconstructed back, even if the back parties try to give wrong shares during the reconstruction phase. So in some way, verifiable secret sharing is like a distributed commitment. You can imagine that S star is kept inside a box and the shares are the keys for opening that box, and later when the parties try to open the box, they will get only S star. So S star is well defined. Now in any VSS scheme, since it is a distributed protocol, the parties have to exchange messages over a communication network. And in the literature, two types of communication setting has been considered. Okay. By the way, you can always stop me if you have any questions. Okay. So let's see what are the two communication settings. So the more popular setting is the synchronous communication model, where life is very easy, where it is assumed that the parties are synchronized through a global clock, and every message which is sent will be delivered to the receiver party within some known specific time bound, and the time bound or the upper bound will be known to the receiver party. So let's call that time bound delta. So if I am a sender and if I am supposed to send a message as per the protocol instructions, the receiver should get the message within the time delta. That means if the receiver does not receive an expected message within the time delta, it can accuse me that I am corrupt, and accordingly as per the protocol instructions, it can take some actions. But real world networks like the internet do not behave so nicely. Occasionally we do have some delays where messages can get stuck in the network, and we don't know when it will get delayed. Moreover, if we want to implement a synchronous protocol, we have to decide what's the right value of delta. That means if during the runtime, even if a single message gets delayed and crosses that time bound delta, it will have implications on the security guarantees of any synchronous protocol. So to get rid of all these problems, there is another communication model which is less explored, which is the asynchronous communication model. And here there is no timing assumptions. We do not make any assumptions when a message will be delivered. The only assumption here is that if a message has been sent from the sender party, it will be eventually delivered, because TCP/IP will keep on attempting to deliver that message. But when exactly that message will get delivered to the receiver party, we won't be knowing. Okay. So this actually captures your real world network like the internet. But now the problem here is that from the viewpoint of a receiver party, it does not know how long it has to wait for an expected message. Right? That means from the viewpoint of a receiver party, if it is expecting a message from a sender party and the message is not coming, it does not know whether the sender is corrupt and has not sent a message, or the sender was honest, it has sent a message, but the message is stuck in the network. Both these events are indistinguishable from the perspective of a receiver party. As a result of this, in any asynchronous protocol, you cannot write down a step like wait for messages from all the end parties, process them, and then decide what to do next. Because if you write such a step, then it will lead to an endless wait, right? And we want to make progress in the asynchronous protocol. That's why in any asynchronous protocol, a party can wait to receive messages from at most n minus t parties, if t is the number of corruptions and n is the total number of protocol participants. And as soon as n minus t messages come, the receiver party has to process them and do the next one. But what can happen in this process is the messages from the t parties which have been ignored, they might be honest parties, they might be parties who are not under adversaries' control, right? So that makes the design of asynchronous protocols very challenging. So in this work, in this talk, I will be focusing on asynchronous communication model. So is the difference between the models clear? Before we proceed. Okay. So now let's again recall verifiable secret sharing and then see what are the requirements of asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. So again, we will be needing the privacy. That means if the dealer is honest throughout the sharing phase, adversary should not learn anything about the secret. That means even if you are doing the verification to verify whether the dealer has distributed consistent shares or not, the privacy of S should be maintained if the dealer is honest. We also require correctness. That means if the dealer is honest, eventually everyone should get the shares of the dealer, and eventually the same S should be reconstructed back. Now the termination is critical here, because if you see this verifiable secret sharing, the sharing phase protocol, it has to be triggered by the dealer. It has to be initiated by the dealer. And if the dealer itself is corrupt, it may not initiate the protocol, right? In that case, we cannot put a condition that, okay, parties should terminate the sharing phase definitely, compulsorily. No, we can't put such a restriction. So that's why the termination requirement for the asynchronous verifiable secret sharing is slightly certain. So what we require here is that if one honest party terminates the sharing phase, then eventually every other honest party should also eventually terminate the sharing phase and get their shares. And if the dealer is honest, anyway it will initiate the protocol, so at least one honest party will definitely get the share and eventually everyone will get the shares. Right? So termination is tricky in the asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. And of course we need the commitment property that even if the dealer is corrupt, and one honest party terminates the sharing phase, there is some well-defined S star, which is going to be secret shared eventually among the parties, and the same S star should be eventually reconstructed back. So all the guarantees are now eventual guarantees. We can't say that, okay, within this time the protocol will get over, everyone will have their shares, and within this time the reconstruction will get over and the secret shared value will be reconstructed back, because we have absolutely no knowledge how long the messages will take to get delivered.
So,
yeah.
Could we also enforce that, like the secret that has been that is reconstructed later is the same as the secret that was shared?
Yes. So that is definitely a part of the correctness. So S prime should be S if the dealer is honest, and if the dealer is corrupt, we don't know what's the S star to begin with. But by the end of the sharing phase, if the sharing phase gets over, there is some well-defined value S star, and this S prime will be that S star.
So could we not have a commitment made by even a malicious dealer
So-
about S?
So we ensure, and AVSS ensure that the commitment is guaranteed even if the dealer is malicious.
But we might reconstruct a different secret.
No. So at the end of the sharing phase, if we take the shares of the honest parties, that defines a unique value. Let's call it S prime or S star. And then whatever you later reconstruct, that should be the same value which was defined at the end of the sharing phase.
I see.
So it cannot be an arbitrary value. So it's like saying the following, that at the end of the sharing phase, if you take the shares of the honest parties, that defines a secret which is kept inside an envelope. You can't see what's there inside the envelope. Let's call that value as S star. Later when you open the envelope, you will see only S star, S star. You cannot see a different value. It's a distributed commitment. Yeah.
So actually, it's a question about verifiable secret sharing in general. So the way in which we are setting it up here, we are talking about polynomial-based secret sharing schemes.
It need not, okay, yeah. So it need not be a polynomial based. In general, if you take the generality of the problem, it could be additive secret sharing or based on monotone span program. It could be any sharing. On top of that, you are putting a verification there. Yes, yes. But yes, that's a good question. So in general, you could have secret sharing based on different strategies, right? Polynomial based secret sharing is one approach. You could have additive secret sharing, you could have replicated secret sharing. In general, you could have secret sharing based on monotone span program. So we could put a layer of verification on any secret sharing that you have. Right. So in this talk, my focus will be on computationally unbounded adversaries or unconditional security, where adversary is unbounded and it could control any subset of T parties, including the dealer. Okay. Now, here we have two flavors of security. The first flavor of security is perfect security, where all the security guarantees, privacy, correctness, commitment, termination, are error-free. And it is well known that you can design such protocols as long as T is less than n by 4. This is a necessary condition which was proved way back by Benoit et al. In their work in 1993. The other flavor is statistical security, where a negligible error is allowed in the protocol outcomes. So you achieve termination, correctness, commitment, privacy, all with high probability. And such protocols are known to exist as long as T is less than n by 3. So again, there are two independent works which have established this necessary condition. Yeah. The first work just gave an informal proof. It was not really formal. This work, the second work, had formalized the proof. So our concern is communication complexity, because in any distributed protocol or interactive protocol, the participants have to exchange messages, and communication complexity is the total number of bits communicated by the honest parties in the worst case. So we want to understand how much the parties have to communicate to achieve asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. So if we consider polynomial based secret sharing without packing, okay, that means if in every polynomial just one secret is embedded. That's what the setting I am considering right now. So if we consider such a secret sharing, can you tell me what's the trivial lower bound on the communication cost? N. If you take the Shamir secret sharing protocol, what's the overall communication? Dealer picks a polynomial and distribute 1 point to each participant. So if I take the communication cost, it's omega n, order of n. That's a trivial lower bound. In fact, we can prove that in any unconditionally secure verifiable, unconditionally secure secret sharing, omega of n is the communication cost, because every party will get one share and the size of the share will be same as the size of the secret. We can prove that. So omega of n is the communication cost. That's a trivial lower bound. Now the question is how tight this bound could be. So this is the lower bound. Can we match this with an upper bound? That means per secret sharing, can we achieve order n field elements in terms of communication cost? Field elements, because any polynomial based secret sharing works over a finite field. So we are assuming that all computations are getting performed over a finite field. Okay, so that's what is our question. So let's see what is the status of communication cost. If we take the perfect security, and recall that for perfect security the resilience bound is T is less than n by 4, then
this question is not trivial even for computation also?
yes, for computational also it will be omega n only.
No, omega n only. I'm saying the upper bound is not trivial or trivial?
It's non-trivial.
So,
Again, yeah, if you use very strong assumptions like fully homomorphic encryption or something,
not fully homomorphic.
or Nijik and all these things.
No, homomorphic.
I don't think it will be very difficult like unconditional world, because you could use zero knowledge, fancy zero knowledge tools and homomorphic properties of commitment to achieve this task.
No, I don't need any zero knowledge. Only
You have to use zero knowledge. Otherwise, how do you prove that something is lying on a T degree polynomial?
homomorphic commitment.
So that in essence is a zero knowledge proof, right? You use the homomorphic properties.
That's not fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, if I give you public key tools, probably yes. Yes, so unlike unconditional world, it's relatively easier to achieve this bound. Yeah, so if we take the perfect security case, then these two works have given an AVSS scheme where if you want to secret share L values, L is the number of secrets which you want to secret share, U means the dealer, then the total cost is this much. So if you take the communication cost dependent on L, it is quadratic in the number of protocol participants. Of course, ignore the additive term. Okay, so it is L times N square. So if you make L sufficiently large, for example, if you make L to be N cube, then this term subsumes this term. So overall the asymptotic cost will become L times N square. Now in one of our earlier works, we have improved the communication cost to optimal, asymptotically to optimal. So if you take the cost which is dependent on the number of secrets, it's L times N. And log of F, because I am measuring the communication cost in bits. So the size of each field element will be log of field size. Okay. So in this regime, the open problem is to improve this additive term. Okay, because that if you improve this additive term, say from n power 4 log n to n cube log n, that will further reduce the size of L, for which you achieve the asymptotic optimal cost. So that's the open problem in this. Let's turn to the statistical case, which is challenging. And if you see here, the first work, the work of Benor et al., which introduced this problem, there the cost per secret sharing is n power 12. Okay, and they followed a very complicated path to achieve their AVSS. So they start with, so all these arrows implies that the next primitive is built on the top of the previous primitive. So they started with asynchronous information checking protocol. Using that, they design another primitive called ARS. Then using that, they design another primitive, asynchronous weak secret sharing, which is used to design another primitive called 2 and some asynchronous weak secret sharing, which is used to design asynchronous incomplete secret sharing, and then it is used to design asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. So their focus was not communication efficiency. They just wanted to show the possibility that, okay, you can design a protocol with t less than n by 3. And that's in 1994. That time communication efficiency, practical efficiency, all those terms were not coined. And if you try to read this paper, believe me, you will get a heart attack. It's really, really, really complicated. You will simply lose track of what's happening because you see so many primitives are involved. Okay, so you have to keep track, okay, this primitive ensures this, and then okay, next primitive ensures this, and next primitive ensures this. It's really very complicated. Then in 2023, in one of our works, we have improved this communication cost to L times n cube. Okay, and we followed a relatively simpler path. From asynchronous information checking protocol, we go to asynchronous incomplete secret sharing, and then directly to AVSS. And now in the last couple of years, a lot of work has suddenly came into existence which tried to improve this communication cost. And the most recent one is the work of G and Shong, where the amortized communication cost per secret sharing is linear in the number of protocol participants. And they follow a direct path. You take an information checking protocol and directly you get an AVSS. So there are a lot of remarkable challenges if you want to design a statistical AVSS with t less than n by 3, and we will go through them. What are the challenges? What's the blueprint followed, and what are the things where scope is there to further improve? Okay?
K is security parameter.
Okay. K here is the security parameter or field size. Typically, it's a number of bits used to represent a field element. So field size is 2 power kappa. Kappa is the security parameter, statistical security parameter. in my presentation this was nice. I don't know why it's shown like this.
The picture.
No, this is not a picture. Yeah, miss, I copy pasted it from the PDF.
You have many such things? No, I mean in other slides later.
That's what I'm checking. I don't think. No, I don't have. This is just one slide. Okay, so please bear with me. Okay. Right. So what's the blueprint used?
So I just have one question for the previous slide, perfect security. Aren't there more recent ones?
No.
That is the most recent one. After improving the second time.
Yes.
Zen 5.4 is the best?
Yes.
So far?
If you want a robust scheme. If you want a detectable, then you could do better, but that's not a secret sharing.
I thought Ipan has
No.
recent.
No. The perfect setting, this is the best. Okay. So what's the blueprint followed in the recent IISc schemes, statistically secure? So what the dealer is going to do, it's going to pick a random bivariate polynomial. So now this is like a two-dimensional polynomial. In Shamir's secret sharing, it's one-dimensional polynomial, but now we are going to pick a two-dimensional polynomial, f of xy. And you see it has different degrees, degree t in x and degree 2t in y. Okay. And what the dealer is going to do, it is going to evaluate this polynomial at n values of x and n values of y. So in Shamir's polynomial, the polynomial is evaluated at n distinct points. In this case, the bivariate polynomial is going to be evaluated at n distinct values of x and n distinct values of y. So that's this matrix of n cross n values. Okay. So now I introduce here a few terms. If I evaluate this bivariate polynomial at y equal to alpha I get a one-dimensional polynomial in x. I am calling it small fix. That's my row polynomial, ith row polynomial. And why I am calling it ith row polynomial? Because if you see this matrix of n cross n values, and if you take this ith row, then the points on this, then the values along this ith row lies on this small fi of x. Because if you evaluate this fi of x further at x equal to alpha 1, x equal to alpha 2, x equal to alpha n, what you get is the ith row of this matrix. Similarly, if I take this bivariate polynomial and I want to collapse x, I can substitute a value of x. That will give me a one-dimensional polynomial in y. I am calling that giy. And if I evaluate this gi of y further at y equal to 1 or alpha 1 to alpha n, I will get this ith column. Okay. So we have now ith row and ith column. And you see the degrees of the rows and columns are different because the bivariate itself has different degrees in x and y. So fi of x, or the row polynomials, are of degree t and the column polynomials are of degree 2t. And another important property of this bivariate polynomial is that if you take the ith row and the jth column, they will intersect at a common point. Okay, and that's a certain property of bivariate polynomials which is used in all VSS schemes based on bivariate polynomials. Now, this bivariate polynomial is not a totally random bivariate polynomial. So, if you recall the Shamir's secret sharing polynomial, Shamir's secret sharing, the polynomial is random except that a constant term is the secret. Right? You have one slot for putting the secret and rest of the things are random. In the same way, this bivariate polynomial will be almost a random thing except that you have few slots for putting the dealer's secret reserved for it. So what are those slots? So through one bivariate polynomial, dealer is going to secret share t plus 1 secrets simultaneously. Okay, because we are trying to achieve communication efficiency. So we do not want to waste one bivariate polynomial just to secret share one secret. We are going to secret share t plus 1 values through single bivariate polynomial. And where are those secrets going to be embedded? So these are my t degree polynomials as you would have used in a instance of Shamir's secret sharing. So you have q1x polynomial, you have q2x polynomial, you have q of t plus 1x polynomial. The constant term of q1 of x is the first secret. The constant term of q2 of x is the second secret. And the constant term of the t plus 1th q polynomial is the t plus 1th secret. Okay? And these polynomials are embedded in my bivariate polynomial at y equal to beta 1, beta 2, beta of t plus 1. Okay? So that's the structure of this bivariate polynomial. Now, if I want to compute the shares of the secrets, so if you recall the Shamir's secret sharing, the shares of the ith party is basically the ith point on the polynomials, right? So if these are the polynomials used in an instance of Shamir's secret sharing, then the share of the ith party will be the ith point on q1, q2, q of t plus 1. Now it turns out those shares are actually computable through the ith column polynomial. If you extend the ith column polynomial at beta 1, beta 2, beta of t plus 1, what you get is basically the shares of this q1x, q2x, q of t plus 1x as per an instance of Shamir's secret sharing. So that's the embedding dealer is supposed to do. Okay?
So where are you embedding?
Here,
X or
q1 of,
as rows
yes, rows,
and beta 1 to beta t plus 1.
yes. Okay? I know this is slightly complicated. So
Maybe you can tell them the ordering. So first you are preparing Q1 to, I mean as a dealer.
yeah, so if I am the dealer, how do I pick this bivariate? So what I will do is I have t plus 1 secrets, s1 to st plus 1, which I want to secret share as per Shamir's scheme. So I will pick t plus 1 random t degree polynomials. So these are my random t degree polynomials, q1x, q2x, q of t plus 1x. Okay, where q1 of 0 is the first secret, q2 of 0 is the second secret, q of t plus 1 of 0 is the t plus 1th secret. Now, once q1x, q2x, q of t plus 1x is fixed by me, I pick a random f of xy such that these conditions are true. Okay, so I am not first picking the bivariate and then embedding the secrets. I first decide my q1 of x, q2 of x, q of t plus 1x, and then based on that I determine what's my random f of xy going to be.
So the betas are dependent on the polynomials that you pick?
No. So alphas and betas are publicly known. They are the evaluation points.
Oh, they are evaluation.
They are evaluation points. Alphas and betas are the evaluation points. They are publicly known.
They are very far from random.
Which one?
They are not random.
They are not random.
They are not random.
They are not. Yeah. You can just fix the first 10 points and the next t plus 1 points as the evaluation points from your field. Okay. Now, a malicious dealer may not pick a bivariate polynomial like this and do the distribution. So, what we have to now verify is whether indeed dealer is picking a like this or not. So, an ideal dealer, an honest dealer, is supposed to do an embedding like this. So, S1, S2, S of t plus 1 are the secrets which it wants to secret share, and the square bracket t notation denotes basically the secret sharing through a t degree polynomial, right? So, first, so what it's going to distribute to the parties, the ith party will get the ith row and the ith column of this matrix, right? So, this is this n cross n matrix. The first party will get f1 of x, g1 of y. Second party will get f2 of x, g2 of y. And the nth party will get f of nx and g of ny. So the analogy here is that in the Shamir's secret sharing, polynomial was one dimensional and points are basically the evaluation of that polynomial. Here f of xy is two dimensional things and row and column are basically the evaluation of those bivariates. Each party gets one row evaluation, one column evaluation. Does this maintain the privacy? Let's see. So the degree of f of xy is t comma 2t. So how many distinct points you require to compute the entire f of xy is t plus 1 times 2t plus 1. And how much adversary gets if the dealer distributes each party one row and one column? So imagine adversary controls the first t parties.
Maybe the first point also needs some explanation.
Which one?
Why t plus y, 2t plus 1. Maybe you
Oh.
just extend it from one dimension to another.
So, okay, so if I take the one dimensional case, if I have a t degree polynomial, how many points you require to determine it uniquely? T plus 1. Now I am extending it to two dimensional. My two dimensional polynomial is f of xy, degree t in x, degree 2t in y. So how many distinct points on f of xy I need? It's t plus 1 into 2t plus 1. Because there are so many random coefficients in my bivariate polynomial. Out of that, how much adversary gets if I give each party one row and one column? So imagine the adversary gets the, imagine the adversary is the first t parties. Okay, so adversary learns the first t rows and first t columns. Through that, how many distinct points on f of xy the adversary gets? So if I take g1 of y, g2 of y, and like that g of ty. These are the t polynomials which adversary gets. Now g of 1 y is a 2t degree polynomial. So through this, how many distinct points on f of xy adversary gets? 2t plus 1. Because rest of the other things are linearly dependent on this 2t plus 1. If I take g2 of y, through this adversary gets 2t plus 1 points on f of xy. And similarly through the tth column polynomial, adversary again gets 2t plus 1 points. So that's why t into 2t plus 1. But adversary also sees rows f1 of x, f2 of x, ft of x. What are the degrees of these row polynomials? T. T plus 1 points on every row uniquely determines it. But the problem, now the thing is, not all t plus 1 of them are independent in adversary's view. Some of them you have already counted in the column view. So for each row, it's only one additional point that adversary learns on the row. So from the first row, one additional point from the secrets. Right? Because you could have asked that why we are secret sharing only t plus 1 secrets through this one bivariate. I cannot embed more secrets because from the viewpoint of an adversary, it's only t plus 1 amount of uncertainty which is there in this bivariate system. Okay? Now, in the rest of the protocol, we have to verify whether dealer has indeed picked a bivariate polynomial like this and distributed rows and columns lying on a bivariate polynomial of degree t and 2t in x and y. That's what is the rest of the protocol. Now this happens in two stages. In the first stage, dealer along with all the parties will identify a set of core parties who have received consistent row and column polynomials. And by consistent row and column, I mean altogether their rows and columns lie on a single bivariate polynomial. That means their rows and columns define a well-defined bivariate system. So that will be the first stage, to identify such a set of core parties. And you see the size of core is n minus t. We cannot wait for more parties to confirm that they also have received their rows and columns lying on the bivariate, because in an asynchronous system up to t parties may not ever speak if they are corrupt. But what could also happen is that core has n minus t parties, and the leftover parties, t parties, they are honest, they are slow. So what the second stage of the protocol will be, the core parties, once the identity of the core is known, that okay, these are the parties in core, they will help the non-core members to get their rows and columns, because they also need to get their rows and columns to compute their shares. That's the structure of any IISc scheme you take. That's the two-stage approach. First, identify the set of n minus t parties and whether they have received consistent rows and columns, and then make progress, take the help of the core. They should help the non-core members to get their rows and columns. Okay? So now let's see how the core set is identified. So in the actual ABSS, there will be multiple bivariate polynomials. So till now I have explained everything as if dealer is picking just one bivariate polynomial, but in the actual protocol, to achieve L times n communication cost, dealer will be using multiple bivariate polynomials, each bivariate polynomial hiding t plus 1 secrets. So here dealer is actually using n times m, n into m number of bivariate polynomials. You can imagine they are arranged in in a matrix format here. So you have this 1, 1, 1 bivariate, 1, 2 bivariate, like that 1, m bivariate, and similarly n, 1, n, 2, n, m bivariate. For each bivariate is of degree t, 2t. Each bivariate hides t plus 1 secrets. Each bivariate has its row and column, and the ith party is getting ith row and ith column of all the bivariates. Okay. Now the first thing that the ith party does, if he gets its column polynomials and if checks that all of them are 2t degree, it gives a signature, unconditionally secure signatures on the column points and returns back to the dealer. It's like an acknowledgement, okay, I sign that you have given me 2t degree columns. Okay, and it also notifies everyone that okay, I have got my columns and I have signed it back to the dealer. Now this signature happens through an instance of information checking protocol. I am not going into the details of that. And on a very high level, this information checking protocol helps to generate unconditionally secure signatures. And it has all the properties that you expect from a digital signature. Verifiability, unforgeability, that means a corrupt party cannot forge signature on a value which was not signed. Non-repudiation, that means later if a receiver party takes a signature and shows to others and claims that a signer has given me, signer cannot deny that no, I have not signed it, and so on. And it will be unconditionally secure. All these properties will be achieved even against unbounded adversaries. But the interesting property that is achieved here is the linearity. That means if I am a signer and if I have signed two systems of values through two instances of this IICP, and later if you want to compute my signature on a linear combination of two systems, you can generate that. You again don't need a fresh instance of IICP to do that. So if I have signed X and if I have signed X prime, and tomorrow if you want to generate my signature on X plus X prime, you can generate that yourself. That's what is the linearity property. Okay?
And multi-show?
Multi-show means it can show to multiple receivers. If I have signed a value for you and you want to show it to say up to 10 parties, where 10 is a parameter.
You should know it
Yeah, I should know it beforehand. And it will be known how many times you are supposed to show a signature to others.
So what are the assumptions needed to build?
Nothing, it's just polynomial based. So whatever values I want to sign, I embed and give that polynomial to you and so.
Is it some special thing because if you sign something you can show to anybody, right?
No. Unconditional word you cannot do that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, in digital signatures you can do that. In unconditional word, every time she shows to someone else, she is losing something about the secret randomness. So that's why there has to be an upper bound on known upper bound how many times she is going to show the signature to others, which will be known in the protocol. Now, how the core set is identified? So every party, as and when it is receiving their columns, signing back and giving to the dealer, right? So PI is, for instance, has collected all these columns and signed. So this badges basically shows signed, denotes their signs, signatures. Now once dealer gets signature from 2t plus 1 parties, that's a core set. Okay, or n minus t parties. So that means dealer has said that, okay, I have received the columns, signed columns from these n minus t parties, and it announces the identity of the core set. Now why this defines a well-defined system of bivariate polynomials? So what's the size of the core? The size of the core is n minus t. So
I don't think anybody gets that.
okay, sorry. So t is less than n by 3, and as a result n minus t will be at least 2t plus 1. Okay, there will be at least 2t plus 1 parties in the core, and out of them how many will be honest? T plus 1, right? So what is guaranteed here is that among the parties who have given the signatures, there are at least t plus 1 honest parties who have verified that their columns are 2t degree. And if I take the first t plus 1 such parties, first t plus 1 such honest parties, their columns define well-defined bivariate polynomials.
But this is past t plus 1.
First t plus 1, not any t plus 1. So I am not saying that the columns of all the honest parties in code define a unique bivariate polynomial. I am saying if you just take the first t plus 1 honest parties in code, whatever column polynomials they have received, they define a well-defined t comma 2t bivariate polynomial. Okay. Now the rest of the now our goal will be that the rest of the parties who also have received their columns and signed back, their thing also lie on the bivariate polynomial defined by the first t plus 1 honest parties. That means what I am showing is that all columns are actually on one consistent system. Okay. So how that is done? So imagine this is a party who has received its columns. Okay, so it has received many columns because there are multiple bivariates there. It wants to verify whether its columns lie on the bivariates which are defined by the first t plus 1 honest parties in the course. So what it does, it interacts and challenges the dealer in a zero knowledge format as follows. It picks a randomness R, announces it publicly, and asks the dealer that you show me a linear combination of all the bivariates that you have used with respect to this randomness R. That means you can imagine along the first column, this bivariate plus R times the second bivariate plus R squared times the third bivariate polynomial, like that, a linear combination of the bivariate polynomials along the first column. Similarly, a linear combination of the bivariate polynomials along the second column and so on. So dealer is supposed to show those linear combination.
Wait, you had past t plus 1 parties, right?
Yes.
So where is that taken into account?
So I am coming to that. But to prevent a dealer, a malicious dealer from opening a linear combination of an arbitrary bivariate polynomials, dealer also need to show the signature of the members of the core parties, all the core parties, on the linear combination. And that's doable because IC signatures are linear. Now, a malicious dealer cannot open an arbitrary linear combination of arbitrary polynomials because the signatures of the core members are present here. And there are majority of the members in core who are honest, whose signatures also need to be shown here, which ensures that dealer has opened a linear combination of the same bivariate polynomials which have been defined here. Now, how this party is going to verify that his columns lie on this system or not? It's very simple. It has to just take a linear combination of the received column polynomials and check whether they lie on this linear combination or not. So the idea here is a malicious dealer cannot open a linear combination of arbitrary bivariate polynomials because the signature of the core members are here.
I'm slightly getting confused. So how many bivariate
N into N.
n to n?
So if I take the linear combination of all the first bivariate polynomials, this is this.
Oh, the first.
Yes. If I take the linear combination of all the last bivariate polynomials, that is this. Similarly, the party who has received is taking the linear combination of all the first columns, all the columns here, that should lie here. Similarly, it takes the linear combination of all these last column polynomials that should lie on this bivariate system. Okay. So the idea here is that a corrupt dealer will not be knowing beforehand this randomness R. So that's why it cannot open, it cannot distribute inconsistent information or inconsistent columns to this receiver party. If it does that, it will get caught. And this party won't accept its column polynomials. Okay, so that's a rough idea of how a receiver party can verify its columns.
So by opening this linear combination, you mean opening the columns for the core parties?
Yes, yes,
T
yes.
plus 1 or all of them?
All of them, all of them. Right? Right. So the first task is achieved. How much time I am left with? 5 minutes? Okay. I will try to wrap up. Okay. Now, how to ensure how the core members are going to help the non-core members to get their rows and columns. So, for that we have to use information theoretic maths. Okay. How many of you know message authentication codes? I guess all of you, right? So you have a prover, you have a verifier. Prover has a data, verifier has a key, and later if prover wants to show some data to the verifier, it can send both the data and the authentication tag, and the verifier can verify, right? So I'm skipping it. So what I'm going to use here is an information theoretic or unconditionally secure variant of math, which is again doable. It's standard based on polynomials. So I'm skipping the syntax, and they are linear. So if I have authenticated two systems of data as a prover for the same verifier, the verifier can generate a linear combination of these two systems if it wants, okay, and so on. So I'm skipping how it is done here. Let's go how the core members can help the non-core members. So what's going to happen is, imagine this party is a member of core. It has its columns. In the in the VSS protocol, for every other party, we are going to generate authentication tags. How? Authentication tags on the columns that this party has received. So remember, this is the core member. It has received its column. It has signed those columns and given to the dealer. But now what I am saying is, this party should also get authentication tags on its columns under keys which are held by every other party. So for every pair of party, between core and a non-core member, this thing should be done. And how this is done? This is done through a very subtle and very clever mini MPC protocol. Why mini MPC protocol? So you can imagine that this is like a two-party function here. This party has its private data, which are the columns, and this party, its private inputs are the MAC keys. And what we want to compute here is authentication tags on these columns, which should be known only to this party. But we don't need to run a full-fledged MPC because already the data which the dealer has distributed, in some sense, shares of these columns are already available. So in some sense, this party need not have to secret share its column again as we do in an MPC protocol. So the details are there in the paper. What we have to generate are the MAC keys, and then there is a very complex communication which involves, which ensures that these MAC tags are generated. And that's the crux of the whole protocol. Now, once these tags are generated, and if this is a core member, it wants to help this non-core member to compute its row polynomials. So you can imagine that these blue strips are the row polynomials which this party is interested to compute. And this is a core member. So recall that in the bivariate system, between every pair of parties there is one common point. So this core member shares these common points on these blue strips which this party is supposed to reconstruct. So what this party could do is it can send these common points, but a corrupt party could send incorrect common points. So this party has to verify whether the points that I have received are the correct ones or not. So again there will be a zero knowledge interaction where this party will challenge the sender party to open a linear combination of these columns authenticated with the MAC tags. Okay, and then only it accepts those points. Okay, so the details I am skipping. Again, it's really involved. So the key challenge in the most recent IISc scheme is this generation of this pairwise MACs through this mini MPC protocol. Okay. In a very recent work which is accepted in Eurocrypt by Qin, Wang and Zhu, they claim that they could get rid of this mini MPC or the tag computation phase. And I was reading this paper and I was not convinced. I thought that something is really not working out here. But I was not sure whether my understanding is correct because this is a Eurocrypt accepted paper. It's going to be presented very soon. And very recently, Song, Ji and Lee, they have shown that a paper is fully buggy. There are multiple bugs, multiple flaws in the paper. Okay, they showed that the tag computation is required. Without that, you cannot achieve all the properties. So that means now we are back to square one, but no, they have actually further improved. The same authors, they have given a new protocol, a further simplification of the tag computation phase, okay, which is not as complicated as the original work, and due to that, they are able to improve the additive overhead. And so the overall communication is n times L plus n power 5. The original work was n times L plus n power 12. They have improved it to n times L plus n power 5. But still, improving the additive term is really a challenging open problem. So I stopped.
No, what is the challenging?
So this is the Eurocrypt work, okay, which improved the additive term from n power 12 to n power 5, but this is fully buggy. Yes, it has full of flaws. So this recent note
Wait,
by
it is their paper only.
no, this is by different authors. Okay, and
And this is accepted to Eurocrypt.
yes, it has got multiple issues as per this note. Okay, and then these authors G and Song, they have further improved the additive term. they have presented an ABSS scheme where the total cost is n times n plus n power 5. By simplifying their tag generation.
This is not published.
This is not yet published. So I stop here and open to questions. Yes.
Are any communication bounds good for the
No.
packed version for
No. No.
Are any protocols good for the packed version?
For
For the packed
packed version, yes, we do have, yes. If you take the perfect case, there are protocols. Even for the statistical case, we do have some works which are under submission. In fact, you can achieve order 1 per secret shell, constant per secret shell, if you pack multiple things in one polynomial. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
systems. The talk will be given by Professor Niket Kate. Professor Aniket Kate is an associate professor of computer science and a university faculty scholar at Purdue University. He's also the research head at Supra. His research builds and expands cryptography, distributed computing, and game theory to solve security and privacy problems in the decentralized environments. His work has received the IISc Test of Time Award for Asia Crypt 2010 and Distinguished Paper Awards from ACM COS in 2025 and ACM CCS 2025. He's also a recipient of the 2019 NSF Career Award. So let's welcome Professor Aniket. The talk is on time.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I managed to set up two screens, so I should be able to see your questions as well. But if we do not manage, we can keep the questions in the end. Okay. But I do have two screens, so if you raise hand, I may try to stop. But if you keep your hand raised for long, just please speak up. Okay. All right. So yeah, my talk will be is a nice continuation of talk that Ashish gave.
Aniket, the question is, raising hand is physical or you mean virtual?
Yeah, physical is fine. I can see you all.
Oh, okay.
At least most of you, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean even those who are on Microsoft team, they can also do that. That will be in fact harder. Physically, I can see everyone. Okay. All right, but we'll see. All right. So my talk will be a nice compliment of what Ashish has been talking, and I thank him. So I can really focus on some particular topics because he already had built a lot of background, so it should be fine in general. So yeah, I will be looking at these things with my more systems person or more implementation hats on when we start to build these systems. So a bit of information about me. From my research area perspective, I do like to work on multi-party computation as well as distributed computing. And that in the blockchain context for last 6-7 years exclusively. But in general, I like to solve the privacy problems as well. Many of the time, the way I look at these problems is directly like bridging the gap between what is possible in cryptographic sense and what could be relevant from building real distributed systems. And recently, I also started to get more and more involved into combining game theory into these aspects. But for this talk, I'll be focusing on core distributed computing things and in particular, multi-party computation. So to begin with, let me start how I explain this problem. Most of you, the problem is clear to you, but hopefully this slide help you to understand how to present this problem to outsiders, right? So what problem we are solving when you look at this secure distributed computing systems or multi-party computation is we are solving a trust problem in computing. What I mean by that, in many of these secure systems, we often have an authority that is required to protect some secret and employ it in a manner as defined by the system. So let's say the simple example is that we have some user Alice and she wants to get her public key assigned to her identity, basically certification process. And simply what happens is we go to the certificate authorities and basically they provide a certificate that yeah, this public key indeed belongs to us. And this process is done by a signature scheme and certificate is obtained. How we solve this problem in reality is that we can have individuals and organizations whom we trust to solve this problem correctly. When we do not have one such party to do that, then we go for a distributed authority where we look at a setting where there is not one but a set of parties together work towards solve this problem, or we can employ some kind of a trusted hardware module, or at times just a hardened software system is also associated with it. But for our discussion today, we'll try to solve this problem assuming a distributed authority. The moment we look at assume that we are working with a distributed authority, then that means there are a set of parties, nodes or processes that are working with, and we have to assume that a fraction of them may get crashed simply, or get compromised and start to become malicious. So equally importantly, we also talk about how these parties talk to each other as well as to the clients. And they talk to each other on point-to-point channels, and what are the communication assumptions associated with it? They can be bounded synchronous, asynchronous, or partial synchronous. So So partial synchronous is interesting setting, but for our discussion, we'll be mostly focusing on bounded synchronous and asynchronous in this talk. So given such a setting, so we will, if you look at this talk in general, we'll be assuming that these parties, distributed parties, they have secure point-to-point channels available. Again, thinking more practically, that means they have access to SSL and TLS channels through which they are talking to each other. We will assume that the message delivery is asynchronous. That means messages can be arbitrarily delivered and no known bounds are known on such message delivery. And if you look at the perspective, when we want to build such system, what kind of decentralization that we are aiming for? So the idea is I want to aim that at least we are dealing with something at when n is equal to 100 or more parties where such a system we want to make it work. And for the purpose of this talk, I want to go for optimal fault tolerance, and as earlier talk by Ashish already explained, in my setting it will be T less than 1/3 or 33% malicious failures, assuming asynchrony and we are dealing with malicious party. So that's the thing I work on, and I do want to spend a little bit of time to talk about this bounded synchrony versus asynchrony. So generally, from the literature perspective, they are just considered the two models to deal with it. But I want to really emphasize on that why I generally like to work on asynchrony, considering practical aspects to it, right? So the question that we can ask is, can we consider internet to be synchronous enough to build a very cooperative and synchronous protocol called broadcast channel, right? And based on the experience from the networking researchers, we can say that unless the latency per round of in minutes, like tens of minutes, is not acceptable, then internet cannot be considered to be synchronous enough. Okay, very good example for that is with nearly 15 years of experience that we got is a Bitcoin protocol. It the security model for that is typically asynchronous, but it works at a level of 10 minutes level, and in that level they are able to achieve able to make progress. So if you find to work with a protocol where you're willing to wait for for your rounds to complete, then maybe synchrony is fine. But the moment you want to have something faster, that may not be the truth, right? And in particular, the way many of the MPC libraries that are already built in last few years, if you understand their code, the way they implement these things, is that these libraries or these protocols will lose liveness instantaneously when the synchrony bounds are local, and even when a single node is just slowed down or crash, then these bounds cannot be maintained, and the protocol will at least lose liveness for sure. But it's a very interesting idea to consider, really consider what happens for these libraries when you break these bounds, and can there be also safety failure? There can be examples of situations where there can be or privacy failures. So one more interesting thing in this respect that often comes up is that when we talk about asynchronous protocol, the problem of input deprivation comes up, which means that as explained in the Ashish talk earlier, that in case of asynchrony, we can't just expect all end parties input to be available in time, and given that it can happen that we are not able to capture the input from T honest parties when we are doing any computation. But I often find this to be incorrect way to say this is only asynchrony problem. And let me explain that when we look at this problem slightly differently. Right? So assume that if you look at asynchronous communication or synchronous communication, these are two models which we are trying to which we are using to model something like how our today's internet works. That's where we want to build this protocol, right? So they are model who are trying to build internet, and we can actually take asynchronous protocols and make sure that they do not have input deprivation problem as long as the network is behaving synchronously for a given expectation. What I mean by that? So when we look at the synchronous protocols, we might have a bound. Let's say T is my time bound, and I expect that all my messages arrive in time bound T. Now I can use this time bound T and put that in asynchronous protocol without making any further assumption, but just by adding a simple switch condition here in your asynchronous protocol, where you say that you make progress when you get all in inputs. Okay, don't wait for your T bound, just make progress, right, at the network speed. Or at the time T, you wait for delta, and then you see if you got n minus T inputs or more than that. if yes, you continue because you got enough values and you don't know how long you have to wait for the more values. But if the situation is that if actually even after at time t you did not get enough inputs, then you wait for n minus t input and then continue. Now what happens is I'm going to claim that this way of looking protocol is strictly better than just having a synchrony round, because all the synchrony conditions are incorporated here even in such a logic. So the one thing is that when we build these protocols, it can be very nice idea to incorporate such conditions in asynchronous protocols, so that then we know that we are always better as compared to a synchronous protocol when we are building a synchronous system. But there is still one key difference, and the only difference once we do this remains between asynchronous and synchrony is that asynchronous protocols require a higher replication factor. Means that with honest majority or simple honest majority for synchrony will require super majority when we go for asynchronous protocol, and that's like a conceptual bound over here. But there also I argue that when we look at the history of what we learned from blockchain for several years, that malicious behaviors are rare, especially when they can be detectable. While the communication delays can have significant variance, and that's the reason in some sense asynchrony could be a better assumption to make, assuming that the malicious behavior is going to be rare. Okay, but this is indeed something which I think what our experience today says. There may be situations where we are not happy with that and we want to build something with synchrony, but then we should be willing to use much larger time bounds when we build such a system. So that's a trade-off thing. All right. So once I built up this background, now I start to look into the security notion that we can achieve when we work in asynchrony. And the first thing is indeed what Ashish talked into detail about when we look at the perfect or statistical security, right? So that means perfect is no errors, and statistical is where there can be error with the completeness of the protocol or the correctness of the protocol, but not with the privacy. And the idea there is we use resolvable codes or basically shameless secret sharing as you consider the information theoretic checks, all these things are employed. And the drawback there is that over the period, many interesting protocols have been built, but there is this additive communication overhead term, right? So that also came up in the talk, last talk. I was listening to the talk on the YouTube, so I was able to follow that. And that factor is MS25, right? And it's a very interesting factor. I mean, it looks like, okay, it's still polynomial, right? But if you consider my setting that I want to, the MS25 terms really start to show up. It's a huge term, right? It's 10 to 10 in some sense. It's a significant term, and that's the reason it's certainly something that is worth considering. And especially if you consider something like a perfectly secure asynchronous MPC or even statistical versions, many of the protocols, when we go to the MPC, these terms can even blow further. When we go from ABSS to concern, for sure to deal with. There have been improvements as well, so further, but still those additive overhead factors continue to remain in the higher polynomial space in general. On the other hand, there have been work going where we go for the computational security. That means we use the cryptographic or number theoretic assumptions such as discrete logarithm, bilinear pairing, as well as some lattice assumptions. Or we work in and we assume a setup such as the public key encryption, fully homomorphic encryption, or threshold homomorphic, additive homomorphic encryption. Given such assumption, we can reduce these overheads significantly and make them like n cube, which is generally manageable, or sometimes even lower than that. But the drawback is that these cryptographic operations that they consider, they do add a lot of computation overhead. So let's say if you take discrete logarithm assumption or a pairing operation, each of them costs 1 millisecond. And if you want to perform these operations which are let's say again quadratic or even linear in the size of parties, the value of the computation overhead that happens because they've started to blow up. So, for example, for FHE, when we add the verifiability there, the decryption can take several seconds to happen. And for the latest Dumbo MPC, which was the latest, one of the latest ones that come up in this space, the computation complexity there is of operation, multiplication rate to be more specific, and that means just to perform that one operation, we are going to take several seconds. That's going to work out there. And when we run experiment, we indeed find that, and I will come to it soon.
I have a question. So this computation complexity, by that you mean the number of encryptions or things like that, n square or
Yeah. So yes. So it means actually it's a good question. It means different thing in different setting. That my idea here will be to pick up the most expensive operation and try to determine based on that. And in case of this Dumbo MPC, it's pairing operation because they are to get the efficient protocol. They are using polynomial commitments, and in their case, that means they want to generate witnesses and verify that, and that itself was adding. So in their case, it's a exponent O of n square d log exponentiation and O of n pair. I put n square just as an example because these are d log operations, discrete logarithmic exponentiations that they need to perform. But it has to be checked from every setting. Sometimes it can be encryptions as well, like failure encryptions, or to be plain. And each of them have also their own bounds for sure. So, but in this example, it was d log exponentiation.
Okay.
All right. So, what's the traditional viewpoint when we start to build such system is that, I guess, yeah. So generally, if you consider unconditional secure theoretical crypto or MPC, it's more like it's a good theory to build upon and to understand the primitives. But when we try to, and if you look at the research effort that happened in this space, is that to reduce the communication complexity. So typically go for qubits, quadratic or linear in the number of parties, and for most of the system, we are reached to the situation where we can manage these things in the linear in the total number of parties. That will keep. But with the additional this additive overhead factor, when we go for something like FHE or other protocol, the idea is for FHE is basically non-interactive, but you have to decrypt such things. And typically when the systems are built, the computation overhead was not the first order concern. You try to just reduce the round complexity and communication complexity. Experiments, when they were available, they were typically restricted to 50 nodes, and for the smaller circuit, that's smaller circuit for MPC, that's where applied. And then the first question comes: then can't we just do a better, get better machines to deal with this computation cost? And something interesting I observed from my research that resulted that I'm going to talk about. So the first thing is before is that indeed we can go for better machine, but the cost can be prohibitive. It can limit the participation because these machines can be expensive, and if some of you have run some cloud experiment, you know that these beds can go to a huge cost just to run a simple experiment that you need to run for cloud setting. But more importantly, better machines also come with better communication infrastructure. And when we build protocol to have such system, and we are completely ignoring communication infrastructure, as it can happen with FHE, fully homomorphic encryption, it's like we are letting go a nice feature or nice opportunity that's available to us. And indeed, then our idea is to not to ignore the communication infrastructure with the protocol that we want to build, right? So why we felt that the communication overhead, how I come across this idea that hey, this computation overhead is something that we are ignoring and we should not. And what we observed that in a paper that I wrote in 2019 called Honey Badger MPC, and where we build basically asynchronous, at least in the online phase protocol. Okay, in offline phase we still require pre-computation and we require some synchrony to make it work. And in such a setting, when we prefer a non-guaranteed output or GOD protocol for offline phase and run such a protocol where we're again working discrete log computation related issues. And something interesting we observe here. So we build a protocol for anonymous broadcast, and we have two protocols. I have one protocol where I had only 2 rounds of communication, and two rounds of communication. Communication complexity was small, but my computation overhead was n plus k square. So k is here anonymity set, and n is the total number of parts. And I had a second protocol which is basically switching network or butterfly network, where my rounds were log square k. My communication complexity was also growing with a similar log square k factor, but my computation was low. And actually, to my surprise, much better when we implemented that on cloud environment with reasonably good margin. So basically, the compute cost was a significant cost that we observed here. It was quite interesting to say that, hey, although most of the protocol try to focus on communication complexity, we should not ignore the computation cost, and they are significant. So then the interesting question that came is that how to rule with this computation versus communication trade-off, and can we think of some interesting solution where we are really dealing with computation cost in a meaningful manner, but we are not going all the way to the statistical secure MPC or performance is significantly higher. And we come across an interesting idea that built up with us, and as well as simultaneously some more paper that we're building, which is called as lightweight. So what we assume in when we call something lightweight cryptography is that I'm going to use only few cryptographic primitives which are lightweight, for which we know that we can perform these operations much more efficiently. So in particular, I'm going to use hash functions. I'm going to model them as a random oracle, and I'm going to assume secure communication links or can use symmetric key cryptography basically for this communication to happen. The reason to go for them is that I just put on a table over here, right? So if you look at discrete logarithm exponentiation, even on the good machines for the best of the library, it takes 70 microseconds. While hash computation is easily maybe 100 times or more, even much better, much cheaper than that. So you can basically with one exponentiation you can perform 100 or maybe 500 hash computation. Okay? So it's that cheaper. So that's the advantage of using such lightweight cryptography. Many times when for something like AES that we use for symmetric key cryptography, it comes as an instruction on most of the hardware that we employ. On the other hand, the disadvantage of this thing is that it lacks homomorphic or additive homomorphic property or fully homomorphic property that we are used to. And that's going to affect the communication complexity here. So that was a challenge. Like what can we achieve here is that when we don't have access to just homomorphism, do we go all the way back to what we can just do with the statistical or imperfect MPC, or can we do a bit better than that? Becomes an interesting question in this lightweight cryptography. And on cherry on top, similar to the what can happen with the statistical MPC or verifiable secret protocols, or as well as perfect security protocols, we get the post-quantum security here for free, assuming that they have corresponding hash functions and symmetric key operations available, which can work in the post-quantum setting. All right. So the first paper that we worked on in this space is we picked I'll say quite simple primitive in that sense called random beacons or building random beacon protocols in this lightweight cryptography setting. In fact, the lightweight cryptography setting name itself was not popular there, so that's the reason we use like without threshold cryptography setup when we wrote the paper. So what's a beacon protocol that we work on, right? So random beacon protocol here we basically mean this to random beacon means the source of secure randomness which keeps on emitting random numbers that can be employed for all sort of different applications. Okay, the popular example for that is NIST generates such a random beacons, or there is also services that runs called random.org. But in such a setting, what if such a service stops in between? In fact, indeed, NIST service also had an instance where they stop functioning for certain time duration. Okay, so that we will solve this problem using by having access to distributed random beacon protocol. So what you want here is that there is a distributed system which is generated. It is like live agreement that they agree on the value. This should continue to work. So that means there is a liveness, and at the same time resistance. It should not be possible for a subset of parties, some key malicious party to bias the value they want or predict the value that will be coming to the future. So that's the reason we want bias resistance as well as unpredictability. So how can we build this random beacon protocol? And in the blockchain setting, they are very common and extensively employed. And protocols such as DRAN, some of you might have heard name of, like Sultra, we had a distributed VRF service, Definite as a similar service. There we use the concept called threshold unique signatures, which basically the only good example that we know for that is BLS signatures. If you've studied that somewhere. Okay, so basically you have a distributed key generation setup, a private key in the discrete logarithm setting that is shared among these parties, and we generate these BLS signatures in a threshold fashion, and that's what we employ as a random beacon in such a system. Okay, so that's the most typical approach. There is no post-quantum security for such an approach in general.
One question. So in the previous slide, you show the properties. What is the agreement about for random beacon protocol?
The value of the random number.
What is?
The
Sorry, what is the what?
I wanted a clarification regarding the agreement property. I thought the remaining two properties.
They all want to. Yeah, so it should not happen that, let's say there are two clients and I get and one client get value R1, another client get value R2. We want to make sure that they exactly get exact same value.
So there are multiple people who are seeing this, the outcome of this random beacon.
It can happen that way, yes. Because it's the asynchronous protocol, so there's no broadcast channel. So it can happen that some client asks to 1 and 3 and you get, let's say, value R, and let's say other client asks to 2 and 4 and let's say get R prime, then that should not happen. So that's an agreement property there. So it's similar to what we can expect with BA or any other protocol. What is agreed upon is known to everybody. Yeah, so and that do become easier when we consider this distributed key generation based setup. That property becomes easy for sure, right? But the disadvantage of these things is that we will not have post quantum secure versions of these things available for sure. Okay, so what prior beacon protocol then do is that one idea is to use verifiable secret sharing towards generate random beacon. So the idea is that all the parties basically all the parties pick some random value as R1 to R4. In my example, I have 4 parties here, and they do verifiable secret sharing of these values. Okay, and then we want to make sure that we just pick some of them. Okay, this problem is called as agreement on common subset. So we pick a subset of them so that subset includes at least one honest input. Okay, and then basically it can be run with state machine replication on any such protocol. It basically ACS that we need, and then basically my example value from one like node 1 and node 4 are chosen, and those are the two which will be combined or reconstruct, and that will be the random beacon. Okay, so this is very simple way to achieve beacon. The idea will be you will generate these VSS in advance, and when you need continue to get beacons, you will continue to bring and use them in this particular fashion. Alright. So now what are the challenges when we are building this random beacon protocol asynchronously, right? So basically, just to be sure, this PERT protocol is working in asynchronous setting, okay? But the idea is that they are again using computational setting, and that's the reason we are going to see that they are significantly slower. So the one challenge here is that state machine replication or agreement common subset problem required random beacon itself because they are randomized protocol for asynchrony. So there's the interesting circularity problem here that state machine replication or solving this problem themselves require randomness or sometimes it's a beacon, and we also use them for generating beacon itself. And in this work, we overcome that problem using a concept called approximate agreement that I'm not going to detail for this talk, but that's a separate thing for interesting. My aim will be how to do the verifiable secret sharing more efficiently in this particular talk. Okay, So if you look at your verifiable secret sharing that got explained earlier, versions of these problems. Okay, so when we look at asynchronous verifiable secret sharing, the most common version and the interesting thing which is associated with that. So in my example, I'm working with degree 1 polymer, which is just that means t is equal to 1, and that's the reason I have 4 parties because n is equal to 3t plus 1, so I got 4 parties here. Alright. So when we look at asynchronous verifiable secret sharing, it says that the secret is reconstructible, which means that there exists at least t plus 1 honest party who got their shares. But it can happen that there exists an honest party, which is my third party here, who do not get the share. Okay, so that is the concept known as asynchronous verifiable secret share. I should have complete further so that it become more. We say that actually I want to make sure that every honest party get their share. Okay, so in applications such as multi-party computation, we want this complete secret sharing property. Want to make sure that there is no inconsistency that some shares are not available, then we won't be able to use them, to have generate randomness that's required for multi-party computation. We have to make sure that we want something like a synchronous complete secret sharing. There is also another even stronger version that is only possible in computational setting. I know that it does not possible. Yeah, computational in statistical setting it's not possible, where we want this ABSS with high threshold, which means that I want to make sure that that not only that all the honest parties have their share, but degree of their reconstruction is so that when all the honest parties come together, they will be able to reconstruct it. So here, basically, this degree in my example is going from. Okay, so so that now all 3 parties have to provide their 3 points so that you can reconstruct this information. Okay. The application of these comes in settings such as when BS is
I have
deployed.
a question for this high threshold. Where do you need it? You want to pack more secrets, or what is the reason? Why do you?
So there could be multiple needs. The one prominent need for that comes when we use BSS to generate the high threshold distributed key generation protocol, and we use that for threshold signing in state machine replication protocol. So if I want threshold signature here, quorum size there is 2t plus 4. So if I want to use threshold signature on quorum, then I want to make sure that it's high threshold, because then only I can correspondingly make sure that there is no inconsistent signatures. So that's one concrete application where we require high threshold.
Will you have enough
people
number of
also
parties?
use that in the DPS. Sorry?
Yeah, maybe you can finish first, then I will pose.
No, so it's also considering the this dynamic proactive secret sharing protocols where you want to make sure that the threshold is high, because you can then claim that okay, T parties can crash and T plus 1 parties can crash and protocol can stop, but but we can tolerate more failures where the failures are not crash failures but just, let's say, alive but corrupt kind of failures, and that we can tolerate up to 2T. So it's a more like if you can achieve it, then why not kind of a property in that sense.
Yeah, but the next question, the other question I was asking is, can you achieve this? So let's say you have 3T plus 1 party, so what is the higher degree you are expecting? 2T.
2T. 2T is the maximum that you can expect.
We can expect, but we can do it robustly in the sharing phase?
Yes, we can do that, assuming access to the verifiable encryption.
Okay, and if I remove cryptography, then?
No.
We don't know how to do it.
No. I think it will be. It can be proven that it's not possible.
Formally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite interesting. In fact, just for the, yeah, it can be flown, but yeah, happy to talk more about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anybody doing that. I could be wrong, but
Yeah,
it
even
can
I
be.
can't remember any reference where they
Yeah.
do this.
Because generally this is not possible in the statistical and perfect security setting. So that's why it's not even discussed. It just came up in the computational setting only.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay, so but for our discussion, we'll be indeed looking at the ACSS and AVSS, and because at least the application we are discussing today do not require high threshold AVSS. Okay. So if you look at these settings, right, ACSS and AVSS. So if you look at the computational, when we go for the computational security settings, then we know that all these can be achieved only with O of n square communication. Uh, okay, and can be reduced at least for AVSS and ACSS, not for high threshold AVSS. We can reduce them to linear per secret via batching technique. Okay, but again, most existing work use like number theoretic operations, and they are expensive, that we know. And the quite natural question to ask there: can we build these primitives with lightweight cryptography? Okay, so just some brief summary. Although the term lightweight cryptography just is very recently employed by Shoup and Smart, the construction of similar kinds are existing. So, in fact, the first thing that I'm aware of is from a 98 paper by Jenner et al., where they use hash functions to build VSS in bounded synchronous setting. A work that I worked with Arpita here. We also had a paper where we looked at this setting, where we more like a feasibility of doing both synchronous and asynchronous for that, and we achieved their N cube L communication for sharing S. And recently, Smart and Shu came up with a protocol where they are able to achieve the lightweight, and they are the one who introduced the term. They introduced this setting called lightweight cryptography (AVSS). And they are able to achieve that with the communication complexity of n square L plus kappa n square. Here, kappa parameter is a security parameter, not statistical security, but computational security. So it will be 128 bit for example. Okay, but the disadvantage here is that even when L is equal to, let's say, n square factor, which can be expensive when we start to build very interesting. So that's the reason, although it's a good scheme in general, we are not able to immediately just employ this scheme and assume that our problem is solved and move on. Okay, so the what we realize is that based on the application, we can go for much weaker versions of that. And in my lightweight cryptography setting, their communication complexity can further reduce. So, in particular, for the problem of the beacon that we're considering, we saw that there is a concept called weak verifiable secret sharing that was sufficient, where when we say something called weak verifiable secret sharing, it can happen that secret sharing phase will complete, and there could be and honest parties will not have clue whether secret is correct shared or not. But at the end of the reconstruction phase, they will when the dealer is malicious and behaves maliciously, they all can actually output a bot. And so very important to understand, my application of beacon, why this sufficient is because I collect shares and I reconstruct them and then I add them. And it is fine if I realize that I reconstruct a value and everybody realizes that, oh, it's a wrong value. So we all output bot and do not consider it because we know that that was a malicious dealer. So that is such a weaker version of verifiable here is sufficient for us. And what we observe here is that for such a setting, we can achieve a much more efficient protocol where now that n square becomes n log n, and we reduce a linear factor through this mechanism. This log n factor is also coming the way we are using hash function for efficient construction, but there could be mechanisms to reduce that as well, and then we can just have n log n factor there, which will result into for L shares, then corresponding when L is equal to N, then we will have a factor which will be O of kappa n log n in this particular scenario. So this and this asynchronous weak secret sharing construction is very easy to explain. I wanted to really go through that. So my idea will be, this is my dealer D, and I have parties P1 to Pn, and the protocol very simple. We do Shamir secret sharing where dealer generates Shamir secret sharing, and they also send individual shares to party along with a Merkle proof. Okay, so I assume people know Merkle tree here. It is okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't think about that earlier, but I hope you guys know Merkle tree. Yeah, so you basically generate such a Merkle proof and send that to everyone, and the root of the Merkle tree is reliably broadcast to the entire system. Okay, and during reconstruction, then everybody send the Merkle root and the proof to anybody who is reconstructing. And the idea is clear. When you collect all the shares, and if you realize that they do not match and generate a consistent Merkle tree, then it's an incorrect sharing that is done by you. And this simple protocol, here I'm just giving a version for a single share. The idea is to batch this, so you batch the Merkle, the whole thing for the efficiency of the Merkle rules, and that's how you get a reduce factor that provides an efficient construction for this setting. Okay, so when you reconstruct the Merkle tree with any t plus 1 shares and check for consistency, you can be sure whether the dealer has done correct sharing or not. And what we observe that this weaker construction is for our application, and that forms generally the theme of that the thing in general. So and what we observe is that now we build our protocol following the same thing. We just replace the asynchronous very by asynchronous weak verifiable secret sharing, and we compare that with the state of the art protocol, which were otherwise using cryptographically expensive primitive. And here is what we observe the first result is that the hash rank that our construction outperform the spurt by a substantial margin, easily 2 order of magnitude difference with respect to the computation. So in my graph here, I'm showing the number of nodes that I'm running protocol with and number of beacons that I can generate in a minute. Right? And the lines to compare here is the blue line and green line. And you can see that blue line is doing much better with respect to number of beacons that it can generate, so the protocol do run much more efficiently. Okay, for example, even for n is equal to 136 node, we are able to manage to get beacon per second, which is a good trademark to achieve in general. So this is certainly much more efficient, even when we are working very much cheaper machines in general. And very interestingly, what we observe is that even up to n is equal to 50 parties, we are doing better than the protocol which are assumed DK. So those protocols, because they don't need to do any kind of a VSS or whatsoever, they are typically quite expensive, but their competition overhead is still higher, and we were doing much better when n was a smaller number, which was a surprise for us as well. That hey, there was a situation where the blue line is above the orange line in my graph. Okay, so those were quite interesting and encouraging result, and we started to explicitly start to focus on that. And more to that, this we just did in the CPU setting, and we know that when we have some hardware accelerated hash function computation, this will do even much better as well.
Aniket, I have a question. Can you go back to the protocol, please?
Yes.
So, here the secret is not well defined if the dealer is malicious, because it might happen that the shares are not lying on a t-degree polynomial, right? So it could happen that dealer has given shares to 2t plus 1 parties, right? And there are 2 subsets of them of size t plus 1, t plus 1, each defining 2 different values. One set say define s and another set defines s prime. Now at the reconstruction phase, you are taking any t plus 1 of them, right? So I am confused that here the commitment is not a true commitment in the sense that at the runtime it depends on which set of T plus 1 shares you use to reconstruct your value. And depending on that, you may either reconstruct S or you might reconstruct S prime.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand the question. So can I can quickly go through it. So the idea, let's take your example like S or S prime, right?
Right.
So the one advantage here of the way Merkle is generated is that we not only reconstruct S, but we reconstruct the all endpoints.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Yeah,
And the
right,
Merkle
right.
is
Yeah.
generated from
Got
all
it.
these endpoints.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Right. Got it. Yes. Yeah.
So given that
Yeah,
generated,
yeah,
then
yeah.
you got
Yeah.
find it that, oh, this is wrong, and then you stop.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess so this was quite. I mean, the result was quite interesting in general, and then the next natural question for us to think about is that okay, let's because of the simple good starting point, what can we do for the asynchronicity? Can we build better asynchronous multi-party computation with lightweight cryptography? And we come so far we have done two prominent work that I'm going to focus on, and I'll allude about something that we looked into little later. So we wanted to build asynchronous multi-party computation with guaranteed output delivery, and we are able to achieve the protocol which appeared in crypto last year, where we are able to do that with n raised to 4 additive factor. Okay, so this Cn term is C there stands for the number of gates. Okay, in general, most of the protocol that we consider that you've seen, the additive factor is able to get that to n raised to 4, but we still find that to be not so efficient to build real system. So then we reduce the guaranteed output level to fairness, which means that if one on like it's not possible for adversary to obtain the output, but make sure that the honest party don't get obtain output. Okay, so if one party obtains one honest part, if the malicious party obtains the output, then one honest party, and by that matter all honest party also obtain the output. So that's the fairness guarantee we achieve. And there indeed we are able to reduce that to n cube, the additive factor, and we build to really check its effectiveness. Okay, so in my limited time, I'm going to focus a little bit on the Velox protocol and what we achieve over here to give a bit of flavor about how such thing can work out. So so one interesting thing that happened, if you look at this computational setting protocol, the previous, they already achieve, they can achieve linear as well with the matching or protocol. So that's it. Then they typically just use asynchronous complete secret sharing or asynchronous verifiable secret sharing as it is. But here, because with the lack of homomorphism, when we work on these protocols for with only lightweight cryptography, we have to make we have to see when and where can we save any communication complexity. So given that we come across a new version of complete secret sharing, which we call it asynchronous complete secret sharing with abort. So here the idea is that for a malicious leader, at the end of the sharing, there can be up to T honest party who output bot. Okay, and others have to output some concrete value. And we observe that now such primitive we can achieve such a primitive with O pi n square. So operation. So this means that the communication complexity can become really, for when L is equal to n, then it becomes kappa n per node, which is almost optimal that we can achieve in such setting. So that was certainly interesting primitive. Just wanted to give some flavor about what do we mean this asynchronous complete secret sharing on board. So when the dealer is honest, both protocols, asynchronous complete secret sharing as well as asynchronous complete sharing with abort look the same. For ACSS, it makes sure that still all honest parties get their share. If one honest party gets their share, But in abort case, it can happen that one of the party can output one or like up to T party can output bomb. I want to mention it explicitly that this abort is strictly stronger than asynchronous verifiable secret sharing. Because there is a difference between bot and question mark. In verifiable secret sharing, we don't know what happens to these T honest parties. They may complete protocol or they may not. Here we know that all these honest parties are going to output a bot. A bot. Okay, so that's the requirement that we have here. And we build such a primitive and use that towards building basically build a complete stack for MPC following the DN 2007 approach. Okay, so I just wanted to spend a bit time. Protocol, but I want to talk about now a very interesting way we use hash function here. In this protocol, which was originally came from the Smart and Shoot protocol as well as the other paper from IISc 2023, which is known as distributed zero knowledge proof. Okay, I'm building a now new zero knowledge proof, but I'm just using hash function as a random oracle to build it. Okay, so what I want to achieve in such a zero knowledge proof, which you already seen a few times even in the previous talk by Ashish, and now I'm going to assume that there is a dealer who has dealt shares, and it acting as a prover to say that it has provided consistent sharing for degree T polynomial. Okay, and every party have received the shares. So in my case, party PL has received L shares of a polynomial f of I. Okay, and this L here is the index for the party PL. Okay, and the dealer is working as a prover to prove that hey, I not only okay, that's they want to achieve. And the way such a protocol works is that the dealer samples a random degree T challenge polynomial, okay, y of x here, and generate the y of 1, y of 2, y of 3 up to y of n. Those are the evaluation, and we generate a commitment to that commitment vector we generate by hashing individual evaluations like this, and then every verifier then samples a random challenge point P and ask the dealer to broadcast a value, a polynomial to be particular, which is equal to y of x, the challenge polynomial, subtracted by this value p, which is a finite field element, exponential with I, and multiply with the evaluation for that particular for the polynomial f of x. Okay, so that's the dealer's broadcast polynomial that you see here, and once the party obtains such Rx, this such Rx value will be sent to the party, and once the party obtains such a Rx value, they can verify that the value that they got is, or the set of value that they got is correct by evaluating this R of x for their index value L, and basically the above equation now they solve in other direction. Basically then you know P, you exponentiate that P with the respective values and compute this, and then you check whether this value, when you hash it, the corresponding commitment value that you've seen already. Okay, so this structure is the origin of that is come from the zero knowledge group based on hash function, but this was a much simpler and efficient construction which is sufficient to prove that the degree of the polynomial here is indeed T and not more than that. Okay. So this is a very interesting construction, and not only we, several other papers also using that in this thing, and it forms the core of the many of these protocols, including the asynchronous complete sharing protocol with ABORT that we have built upon. I won't be able to go through all the details of the protocol, but I wanted just to make sure that we show the key cryptographic primitive which is working in this, which is just based on hash functions and allow us to prove the degree efficiently when we are building such a protocol. So, just to again, the weak verifiable secret machine that we consider here did not use such a proof. we just use Merkle tree, and that's the reason then we do not require even random oracle assumption in there for some sense. But here, for this proof to go through, for this security of this proof, we assume that hash functions are function as a random oracle. Alright, so we built the protocol, and based on that, I won't be able to go through that, but happy to discuss later if you have interest into this. Okay, as a primitive, we again built ASIC anonymous broadcast because this is a primitive that we understand really well. And again, I will have K clients over here who are sending their individual message, and we want to build anonymous broadcast protocol in that based on this, which basically you either use comparison operations or you use basically random shuffling protocol based on that. And what we when we protocol directly go towards the result in general, similar to that we saw earlier. This is happening because we are doing this with a concept called butterfly networks. Okay, and we now we compare the Velox our approach with the state of the art where we are using more expensive computational operations such as Dumbo MPC. And what we observe is that again we observe a 2 order of magnitude improvement in the interest with respect to the performance. So our in this case now the here we are looking at the runtime. So the lower values are better. So as you can see with Velox we are able to achieve much improved result. In fact, we are not able to even just run the Dumbo MPC code beyond the anonymity set of value 256. But for Velox, we ran much more. We ran for even up to when we are computing with 1024 as well, because these the lightweight cryptographic primitives are indeed efficient to build upon and can be result into much more efficient protocol. All right. So that's I was not able to go through all the details, but my idea was to give some idea about how such things can be built. So it's certainly a topic that is getting picked up quite a lot. So we already discussed about the Smart and Shoe paper. The such idea has been employed to build agreement on common subset problem by a paper by Saurabh Das et al. In fact, very recently we and in another paper it has been considered for the problem called dynamic proactive secret sharing, where a secret sharing or multiple secret sharing maintained from a committee to committee which continue to evolve, and how to perform, how to work in such a dynamic environment is a very interesting problem. And there we found that again, as compared to the state of the art computational protocol, we are doing a much better job. So with that, I'm coming to the takeaway. Don't want it to keep you guys away from your lunch. What we have observed is that the modern computing infrastructures offer high bandwidth and low latency communication capabilities, and we should not ignore one for other. We should not just ignore communication and focus on building more protocol which reduce less and less communication and just much more significantly higher level computation. We should consider communication and round overhead. Okay, are versatile to conquer, and we should not actually, okay, there is a type. We should not consider communication round overhead as the key here and give free hand to computation overhead. Lightweight cryptography offers an apt trade-off between computation and computation overhead that we are able to exploit to really get high performance. We discussed some illustrative examples such as the beacon protocol and MPC, where we saw an order of magnitude and performance advantage. But more interesting things can be built in such a setting, and we are able to really take multi-party computation into practical realm where we can start using that for meaningful application. And I want to indeed end discussion on an interesting question to just as a thought-provoking question, where I'll be happy if you can contact me later and we can discuss more. So when we work on this whole distributed computing and multi-party computation protocol, the models that we're working on are still built and thought about from what were the industrial were or insight from the government were in 70s and 80s. Okay, and that's it. Then correspondingly, we built those protocol in. We started to build such model. Most of the early research was focused quite a lot on mathematical ingenuity, quite a lot, and the idea was that anything that was trivial is just not considered. Maybe that can be practically relevant, but just not considered. And over the period, the research is typically built, you try to determine the strict lower bound and try to build upper bounding protocol which are strictly matching this lower bound. Which in fact we did in this whole talk, that we say we only work when t is greater than n by 3, right? And but if you consider the reality, maybe in practice these models can and models that are built years ago may not match the reality today. And it's a very interesting problem to consider. Can we build protocol which actually think learn from the reality today and consider those? Because if you look at the older protocol, uh, the idea was that once protocols are built matching lower bound, that research on the protocol that do not match those lower bound just got unappreciated and basically stopped. And maybe when we consider these protocols in practical setting, maybe non-optimal lower bounds could be satisfactory, could be sufficient for practical perspective, and we should really consider them as well when we are building this new protocol. So, and it's very important from practical perspective that we don't just let go the straightforward solution because they are easy, because they can be something which could be satisfactory and very consider that. So basically, it can be very interesting to work in the settings where adversary is suboptimal. I mean, just as a thought-provoking question, we typically say that, oh, we have either simple honest majority or super honest majority, but can we work on the protocol where the number of malicious parties, let's say the square root, like square root of n or log of n, it ingenious secret sharing protocols and build very interesting MPC primitives which can be highly applicable in practical setting, and this is a problem certainly something that I'm quite interested in, and if some of you have some thoughts or interesting to be more than happy to discuss them. Right? Yeah, so I think that's my last slide. Happy to take more questions if you have some.
I have couple of questions. So if you take your work on cryptographic MPC with with fairness and with God, so they have additive factors of n cube and n power 4 respectively. So are they optimal, or is there a scope to further improve by n factor in both of them?
So for GOD, obviously, if you look at the lower bound, n cube group, but going beyond n cube, going to n square just looks too hard.
Right. So that means
in general.
okay, yeah. So that means there is a scope to get n cube additive factor for God protocol.
Yes, it is. That will be quite interesting for sure.
Okay.
And that will also bring then God protocol also into realm of getting implemented.
Nice.
So generally what we observe for our experiment that even NH24 is just too, the numbers start to show up in minutes. Okay, n cube is more manageable there. But it can be very interesting to have a GOD protocol with n cube.
My second question is regarding the distributed zero knowledge proof. Can you just move to that slide, please?
Yes, let me go there quickly.
Yeah. So here, dealer has to publish his commitment C of L, right? In the first stage, the first step. Okay. And then, as and when a party receives its share, it will pick the point, it will pick the challenge P or what? Or just one
So
P?
there could be multiple ways this can be built. I'll just present a more generic view. In many cases, this P can be other parties send that before, okay, once the, I mean beforehand itself that it is that this is big. In some protocol they say this can be just a beacon that is available and you can employ it for this purpose. So there are multiple ways this P can be
Right.
employed.
But there is not just a single P, right? As and when party receives a share, this check has to be verified. Or is this just done once?
So the way the RX is generated, this is not for one party, right? This is for this is done here for all the parties, right? So in that sense, this is a multi-use thing.
Yeah.
So once the P is known, here I gave example just with how party PL will verify, but the verification applies to all the parties.
Yeah, because in an asynchronous environment, parties will receive shares at different point of time. So it may happen that P1 receives its shares, but P2 has not received. So suppose P1 receives its share, this check will be done, right? And then again, if P2 receives its share, will the same check be done with respect to the same P, which was used for P1's verification or what?
Yeah, so in most of the setting, the way it will work is that this P get fixed and the same RX value will be just broadcasted to everybody,
Okay.
and as and when they get their shares on RX value, they can compute this, they can perform this verification.
Okay, so this
So P will be fixed and will be known to everybody. So what every verifier has to know is that what's the value of P, what is RX,
okay.
and what is commitment vector CL.
Okay, so this does not give the malicious dealer a scope to change later the shares of a party by knowing the challenge P beforehand. Okay.
And in that sense, this is very interesting primitive. In fact, when the DPSS, dynamic proactive secretion, we also ended up using it because we do offer that nice property to verify the degree, which we can't achieve with Merkle tree or whatever that we saw earlier.
Are there any questions for the speaker? If not, then let's thank the speaker.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Okay. Thank you. Close the meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
If there are any questions for Ashish sir as well, I think you can ask. Just an announcement, anybody who has not collected the forms for reimbursement, please reach out to Pavitra. But yeah, if there are no other questions, I don't know, is the lunch started already or? We have time till 12:30.
Where is that thing? Where is that thing?
Okay, I think we can start the next session. So for this session we have Shravani, who is a postdoc at IISc, and she'll be talking about communication complexity of MPC, information theory MPC protocols. And Shravani is postdoctoral researcher at IISc, and she also completed her PhD from here under Professor Arpita Patra. And she has primarily been working on information theory MPC consensus and all those things. So,
okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. So I'm Shravani and I'm going to be talking about the communication complexity landscape of MPC. So the first part of the talk is what I'm taking, and the second part will be done by Professor Ivan Damgard. So I'll mostly focus on the upper bound side, that is the protocols and what we have there. And in the second half, you'll actually see the techniques which are useful to get the lower bound results. Okay, so some of the slides have been adapted from Arpita ma'am's presentation, so here they are. Okay, so establishing the setting that we are going to be working in for the rest of the talk. So we have an unbounded adversary, because obviously information theoretic security, and we are considering a threshold adversary wherein up to T of the n parties will be corrupt. Now based on multiple protocols that I'll be showing, some will be, I'll just introduce the semi-honest security first, and then I'll give an example of the malicious secure protocol as well. So in terms of the adversarial behavior, we'll consider both semi-honest and malicious, and I'll mention where it is relevant. And for the network type as well, we'll be looking at synchronous as well as asynchronous and some techniques in each. Okay, so as the title says, the complexity measure that I'm focusing on today is communication complexity, which essentially refers to the number of bits communicated by honest parties during the protocol. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'll talk about the two categories that we have in the information theoretic setting. One is perfect security, whereas in the previous talk by Ashish sir, he had mentioned that you get all the guarantees in an error-free fashion, that is privacy correctness is with zero error probability. So looking at the landscape here, we have the following results. So it is known that for synchronous MPC with malicious corruptions, T less than n by 3 is what is required, that is less than a third of the parties should be corrupt. This was in a work of Benor, Goldwasser and Vigdison. And in the asynchronous setting, we have this T less than n by 4, the same result, malicious security with perfect security in the work of Benor, Canetti and Goldreich. So the thing about these results is that they were proven actually for the strongest security guarantee of GOD, that is guaranteed output delivery, which ensures that regardless of how the adversary behaves, all the honest parties actually get the output. So in one of the works, we actually asked the question, does this bound on the threshold actually hold for abort security as well? That is the weaker guarantee, wherein the adversary will behave in such a way that it's possible that honest parties don't really get the output, they abort the protocol. And it turns out that it does indeed hold, and we have proven this in a recent work of ours. Now looking at what works exist in the literature, we have the following. So I mentioned BGW, which was actually proving that T less than n by 3 is what is necessary. And the complexities I'm talking about here are now per multiplication gate in the circuit. So I'm looking at this gate by gate approach of MPC, where you have additions and multiplication gates over field. And then we are trying to see what is the complexity of each gate, each multiplication gate rather. So it turns out that BGW actually required an n power 7 communication, where n is the number of parties per multiplication gate. Okay? And there's a series of work post that which followed this line of improving the communication complexity per gate. And finally in 2008, Birliova and Hurt actually gave this result where you get linear communication complexity per gate. The only caveat here was that in addition to the complexity of the MPC protocol being dependent on the depth of the circuit, which is D here, it also had this additional factor of n, which is the number of parties, n. So in another work, we actually asked this question, is this round complexity blow up really necessary, or can we do better? Can we actually just stick to the original BGW kind of a paradigm, get order of depth round complexity and yet linear communication? And that is what happens in this last work. So now we are at linear communication in the number of parties. The question still says, is this the optimal communication, or can we do better? Can we do sublinear in some sense? So before going to the answer of this question, I'll also go over the landscape of the asynchronous world. So here comparatively lesser works than in the previous case, but the first work anyway had a complexity of n power 6 per gate. Okay. And a series of work improved it up until 2010. There was a result which gave n squared as the communication complexity per gate, and then for almost about 14 years there was no work. So this question which we tried to target was, is asynchrony causing any inherent limitation to the communication complexity? But turned out that we actually could get linear here as well in the asynchrony. Okay, so the same question as, yes? CP17 just essentially gives a new framework. The protocols are the same. They just gave how to plug in different building blocks, which I will be coming to later on. So the protocol was given in Patra et al. In 2010 itself. They just gave a different, more modular approach to view the protocol. That's primarily. Okay. So the question again, is this optimal? And this is the whole slide capturing the lower bounds on the threshold as well as the communication. So it turns out that linear is actually the optimal complexity that you have. What I mean by that, let's take the synchronous network. If you have n equal to 3t plus s number of parties, the communication complexity required for the entire circuit now is n times the circuit size, that is the number of multiplication gates, divided by s. So now take the case of the optimal thresholds that I talked about. Sorry. Yeah, this and this slide I talked about the optimal threshold, which is essentially s is equal to 1, 3t plus 1 and 4t plus 1, and synchronous and asynchronous respectively. So the communication indeed turns out to be n times c per circuit, that is n per gate. Okay. And this results were proven for the synchronous setting in one of these papers, DS20, and for the asynchronous world and with abort security in one of our recent works. Okay, so just plugging in the optimal values that I've been talking about, you have s equal to 1, so you get this optimal 3t plus 1, 4t plus 1 setting, and the best you can do is linear complexity per gate. Now the thing is, people have gone one step ahead and actually tried to see where this linear complexity can be pushed. So just looking at an MPC protocol in the pre-processing paradigm, wherein you have a pre-processing phase which generates some randomness, correlated randomness, and then there is an online phase which consumes this randomness, right? So in this paradigm, there are works actually which push this linear cost to the pre-processing phase while ensuring an order of 1, that is constant cost per gate in the online phase. The total MPC protocol still follows the lower bound that we have, that is of order of n. Okay? And these are the works which do it for the synchronous and the asynchronous world. Okay, so that was about the optimal threshold. Now looking at what happens if your S is indeed theta t, that is you have some theta t more number of parties than your optimal thresholds that you have. So if you remember the equation that I had put on for the lower bound, it is n times c by s. So here s turns out to be theta t for us. So that gives us a complexity of order of 1 per gate. This would be the lower bound that we have. And the upper bounds actually are GOD. That is, they give guaranteed output delivery, and we have some works in this result in this domain as well, where it's theta t away and we get order of 1 complexity. Okay, so that is about the perfect security side of things. We had this linear and order of 1. Now the question which is open here is the following. So I talked about the optimal complexity, optimal threshold 3t plus 1 in the synchronous, and then 3t plus theta t in the synchronous with this theta t extra. The thing is, the protocol in each of these cases is different. The protocol for 3t plus 1 regime is different, and we have a different protocol for 3t plus theta t. But if we take this particular protocol, which is working for 3t plus theta t, and actually make it work for 3t plus 1 number of parties, we don't really go from like order of 1 to order of n, which would be what is optimal. We actually slide back down to quadratic cost, order of n squared. So the open question here is, can you actually design a single protocol which works for any value of s, starting from 1 all the way, and give you the optimal complexity for any value of s essentially. So if it is s is equal to 1, it should give you a linear cost. If s is theta t, it should give you order of 1 cost. We don't have such a protocol in the perfect regime right now. So that is one of the open questions we have. Yes. 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 No, so all upper bounds are GOD. Abort is the lower bound. So what I mean by that is that even if you weaken your security guarantee to abort, you still require this. Order of n complexity, or order of n times c by s. But when we design protocols, we are giving the stronger guarantee of GOD. So this holds for abort, that means it also holds for GOD, right? Yeah, so this linear as well as the next one, upper bounds are GOD. Okay, so coming to the statistical world, again here as well there have been works which prove the optimal threshold of corruption, and this is like in the synchronous world we have t less than n by 2 for statistical security with malicious corruptions. Previous case it was t less than n by 3 for perfect. And in another work, Benor, Kelmer and Rabin actually showed that for the asynchronous statistical version, you need t less than n by 3. So if you observe, there's always this gap between the synchronous and asynchronous. And the reason for this might be something which is clear from the talks we had in the morning, because it was mentioned that you can only wait for n minus t parties, right, for communication in the asynchronous. So that sort of justifies this gap. And yeah, so these are the results we have in asynchrony. Again, they were proven with the consideration of guaranteed output delivery, but what we observed is that it's very natural to extend this to the abort security. So the lower bounds even hold even when you have abort secure protocols. Okay. So that's the bounds that we have on the threshold for statistical security. Now let's look at what is there in the landscape, what works have existed. So this is the first work which gave t less than n by 2 in the synchronous world, and the complexity was again very high, n power 7. Several works improved the complexity, with finally it being reduced to again linear, like in the perfect case, back in 2012 in the work of Bensasson et al. Okay. And the difference between these two essentially is that the first work, BFO 12, they had a term which was dependent on the depth of the circuit as well. So it was depth times a quadratic in the number of parties, d times n squared. And this work by Goel et al. Actually reduced that d times n squared factor further. So it was purely linear in the circuit size in c times n. Okay. So the same question as before, is this optimal? And before answering it, I'll, similar to the prior case, go over the asynchronous setting. So here the works have been very sparse actually. The initial work giving n power 12, which we had seen in today morning's talk as well. And then finally in 2024, there were two works, one which gave an ACSS, asynchronous complete secret sharing protocol, and another which gave the second component, that is multiplication, how to generate multiplication triples. So these two works when combined give you the result of linear complexity even in asynchronous statistical case with the optimal threshold of t less than n by 3. Okay. Same question, is this optimal? And again it turns out that it is. So just like before, we have this n set to 2t plus s, where s can go from 1 all the way above, and the lower bound we have is n times c by s. And in fact, for the synchronous world, it was proven for even passive security in the work of Damgard et al. Whereas for the asynchronous world, we recently proved it that even for abort security, we actually need this communication, n times c by s. So plugging in the values of s to be 1 and theta t like before, we have the following. And again, observe that these, this as I mentioned was for passive security and for abort, but our upper bounds are all GOD, all the existing upper bounds. So you have this 2t plus 1 and 3t plus 1 in synchronous and asynchronous world, which are like optimal corruption thresholds. And we already have linear communication cost protocols there. Similarly, when you have an additional theta t number of parties, in a recent work we achieved this order of 1 complexity, which is precisely matching the lower bound that we have. Right? But once again, the open question here is the same as that in the perfect security case. The protocols for the optimal thresholds and the ones which are theta t away in the number of parties, they are different. The same protocol does not give us optimal in both the settings. So can we actually design a protocol which performs optimally in terms of communication in both these settings? So for synchronous, 2t plus 1 as well as 2t plus theta t, and for asynchronous, 3t plus 1 and 3t plus theta t. So this is another open question. Okay, so now given that the lower bounds are in place and we know that there are upper bounds as well, observe that whenever there is a theta t extra number of parties, we are somehow improving the communication by order of n, right? We had it n in the previous case and now we have it order of 1. So what are some of the typical tools which are used in actually improving this complexity? And one of those is something that I'm going to talk about now, which is packed secret sharing, which was briefly mentioned earlier. So before going to the packed version, I'll just quickly recall Shamir secret sharing, wherein a dealer holds a secret which it intends to share with the other parties. Now, for doing this, what it does is it picks up a degree t polynomial such that the constant term or the evaluation of this polynomial or at f of 0 is the secret. The secret is v here for us. And for the actual sharing, one point on this polynomial is given to one party. So when I'm referring to I here, I'm just referring to I as the evaluation point on this polynomial. So f of I is given to party pi. This is the Shamir sharing, standard one. I'm guessing everybody is sort of aware of this, right? Okay. And another point to note here is that this placement of secret at f of 0, it can essentially, the secret can be placed at any other location as well, like f of 1, f of 2 and so on, as long as you don't give that particular evaluation point to any party as a share. Okay, that is the only requirement over here. And throughout the talk, I'll be referring to this bracket with a t as degree t sharing, Shamir sharing of any value. So now looking at what happens in the packed secret sharing, here instead of one single secret to be shared, we share some k many secrets together, and k is typically referred to as the packing parameter. So now we have k secrets. To ensure privacy, the dealer will pick up a polynomial of degree t plus k minus 1. So just note that when k is actually 1, like in the Shamir sharing case, we have a degree t polynomial over here. Okay, so once we pick this polynomial, the dealer will embed these k secrets at k distinct locations in the polynomial. I'm just referring to them by minus I here, so minus 1 to minus k is where we are placing the secrets. You could very well place it at like f of 0 to f of minus k plus 1, any evaluation points essentially. And then the sharing remains the same, giving one evaluation point to each party, that is the share of that party. Okay, so this is what happens in packed secret sharing. And the one thing which I would like you to observe here is that here the cost of sharing was this n values being sent out to n different parties, so it was order of n. Here as well, the cost still stays order of n, but now you are doing this sharing for k different secrets. So when your k is of the order of n, you get a constant overhead for sharing itself. Okay, so just to pictorially see what this packed secret sharing looks like, this was our standard Shamir sharing with the secret at 0. In case of packed secret sharing, I'm just plugging in the secrets at k many locations instead of 1. Okay, and coming to some of the properties which we'll be utilizing soon. So linearity, like in the case of Shamir sharing, if you add up two secrets shared, so these are now vectors, right? Which is, okay, one thing I forgot to mention, I'm referring to the degree d as t plus k minus 1, which is the higher degree. And these bold letters is referring to the vector of those k values, which is getting shared. Okay, so if you have sharing of some vector u and vector v via degree d, just locally summing up the shares would result in a sharing of the pairwise added vectors u and v. Okay. In terms of constant multiplication, if every party multiplies its share with some value c, then the resultant sharing is essentially this c times v, where times is referring to component wise multiplication, and c is, oh, there's some issue there, c is the vector which has k many times the same value c repeated. Okay, okay, and coming to non-linearity, what we have is, if you have sharing of d1 and if you have sharing of a vector u with degree d1 and vector v with degree d2, if you locally multiply the shares, what you get is a sharing of u times v with degree d1 plus d2. Similar to the case of standard Shamir, when you multiply two degree t sharings, you get a result, the resultant is a degree 2t sharing, right? The same. Okay, so we have looked at packed secret sharing, and I talked about that it is helpful in achieving the communication complexity. So we started off with this linear cost for optimal thresholds, and we were getting order of 1 cost for when we were increasing the number of parties, right? So let's see how that happens with packed secret sharing with a small example in the semi-honest setting and for one of the popular protocols DN07 by Damgard and Nielsen. Okay, so I'm considering these two settings. The first one is this n greater than 2t plus 1. Let's take it to be the case when 2t plus s, when s is equal to 1. Okay, and on the second, the right hand side, what I have is n greater than 2t plus s, where s is t plus 1, that is theta t. Okay. Now let's just focus on the left side. Suppose we have these inputs A and B. So we are in the standard Shamir sharing world now, where everything is degree T shared. Okay. So we have our inputs. We are thinking of this MPC, which we are trying to do gate by gate evaluation for multiplications. We have inputs A and B. We want to multiply them and get the resultant as a degree T shared value. Okay. And in addition to this, we are also given some pre-processed data. I'm not going into the details of how this comes. For now, we just want to see what happens in the protocol. So assume that you are given this, and we'll look at how the protocol works. So as a first step, parties will locally compute this sharing of A times B padded with a random value R. For this, locally just multiply your shares of A and B. Each is of degree T, so the resultant is a higher degree 2T polynomial. You mask it with a random value R, which is also degree 2T shared, so as to re-randomize the polynomial essentially. Okay. So the resultant, if you notice, it's C plus R is what we have on the left hand side. Now the parties essentially reconstruct this by sending all the shares to a peaking, a single party which will collect all the shares, do Lagrange interpolation and get the value of C plus R, and send this C plus R back to everybody else. Okay. And as a final step of the protocol, using the pre-processed data, the first component of it, you are just subtracting this operation is local again because of the linearity property. Okay. And what we have is a degree T sharing of this C, which is equal to A times B. Okay, this is what the DN07 protocol does. Okay, now looking at what happens if we have higher number of parties and if we pack values together. So the degree that I am operating with, T plus K minus 1, I am setting it to be T plus T by 2 instead of T that we had before. So the input essentially looks like a vector A, which is degree D shared, a vector B, which is degree D shared, and now instead of this R, T and 2T, we have R, D and 2D. Again, ignoring how these things come into the picture, let's just assume that we have this. And we are trying to do the same kind of a protocol for these vectors. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention this particular step of parties sending to a peaking. It requires every parties to send one share. So the total cost is order of n. And here the peaking is sending one value to each party, which also requires order of n. Okay, now coming to the packed variant of this. Parties again compute this C plus R, but it's a vector form now. This is also a local multiplication over higher degree polynomials. Following this, let's say parties actually send their shares to a peaking who reconstruct this entire vector. So now it has k many values that it has reconstructed, right? Okay. So following this, peaking will essentially take this vector of k values and create a degree k minus 1 sharing of it. So any n points will define a degree n minus 1 polynomial. So the same way, with these k points that it has reconstructed, it will define a k minus 1 degree polynomial and compute its sharing. So it will give one share to each party. Is this okay so far? Yes.
I think for the packed secret sharing that you mentioned, so like how the reconstruction works, like each party get the exact vector that get secret shared, or?
Yes, so right now we are in the semi-honest case, right? In Shamir sharing, what was happening, you had a degree T polynomial. So one party giving one share was like one evaluation point on the polynomial. So T plus 1 points were sufficient to reconstruct. Now if you have the same sharing is happening over higher degree. So what is happening is instead of the degree T, you have a degree D polynomial. So you need D plus 1 points for evaluation, right? So when you get these D plus 1 evaluation points, you will use the Lagrange interpolation and get the complete polynomial. Once you get the complete polynomial, its evaluation at minus 1, minus 2, all the way till minus k will actually be your secrets. Is that okay?
Okay, but like when you secret share, like you do not use the negative points.
No, I gave this 1 to n point evaluation at 1 to n points to the parties. The points at -1, so they are just some unique field elements that I'm representing by the minuses. They can be any arbitrary points from the field. Okay. Okay, so when I say reconstruction over here, it requires 2D plus 1 many points to reach the peaking, who can reconstruct and compute a k-1 sharing. By that I mean it will pick a k-1 polynomial such that the k points are defined by this C plus R. Okay. And once parties have this sharing, they can just locally subtract this degree D, R that they had, and obtain the sharing of the C vector that was required. Okay, so we essentially translated this DN07 protocol from this standard Shamir sharing world with degree T to the packed domain. Now, the crucial thing, yes.
In the standard BGW, for example, every party has a single point.
Yes.
But here we are assuming that every party has a vector.
Not really. The share of a party is still a single value if you notice. The polynomial has just gone from a degree T polynomial to a degree T plus T by 2 polynomial. But every party is still getting this f of I, which is...
But if you get the polynomial, you get all the secrets.
Yes. That is the whole goal. So that is why the C plus R is a vector over here. Whatever peaking has reconstructed is a complete vector. Okay. So the crucial thing to note here, we have packed k many values in this A and B and computed the C for k many values together. But the cost, which is, so the first step is local, done by parties locally, and so is the last step. The two steps in the middle still require order of n communication, if you notice. Every party is sending a single share to the peaking. Peaking is sending a single share back to each party. Right? So this is still costing us order of n. And in the first world, this is costing us order of n for a single multiplication of A and B. But in the packed world, we are doing this for k multiplications, where our k is actually now t by 2 plus 1, essentially, or t by 2, I think. So that gives us the improvement in communication complexity from n to 1 for the simple semi-honest case. Okay. Okay. So these are the complexities. Okay, now I mentioned, yes.
In Shamir,
Yes.
we sample a random polynomial
Yes.
and evaluate it at 0.
Yes.
Now we are evaluating it at some non-zero points.
Yes.
Polynomial can't be random.
No, so even in the previous Shamir case, the polynomial was not fully random.
Yeah.
You picked it by, so polynomial is defined by t plus 1 points. In the Shamir case, you had your f of 0 already defined, which is your secret. You have to pick t more random points in order to define it fully. Now we have k many points. We still need to pick t more points to make it, because our degree of the polynomial was t plus k minus 1.
The coefficients of
The secrets are embedded at evaluation points. Even, I mean, in the Shamir case, that's why I was mentioning, f of 0 turns out to be one of the coefficients, but you could embed the secret at f of minus 1 or f of 1. I'm not talking about embedding at the coefficients, embedding at the evaluation points.
So in the earlier case, it was a random polynomial which has the secret at position 0.
Yes.
Right now it will be a random polynomial which has a secret at position so
K
random,
positions.
it means like it is random, which is from all possible polynomials which could have the secret at
Yeah.
that particular evaluation.
Essentially, those k points are fixed, but the remaining t points that define the polynomial are randomly picked. Okay.
why is the peaking allowed to learn all the points?
Okay. The goal here is to compute the multiplication. This is just one of the protocols. The reason why it is okay for it to learn is because it is masked with a random value r, right? And r can be anything. You could not simply go ahead and reconstruct a times b to a peaking. That would violate privacy. The same way we are masking here with a single value r. So here it's a vector of k values. Okay. Okay, so I talked about this k evaluations together. So how is it relevant in from the context of MPC protocols, where we have a circuit which we want to evaluate over some inputs? So there are two flavors in which this is looked at. One is for the case of single instruction multiple data kind of circuits, SIMD circuits, wherein you have k copies of the exact same circuit, and then you essentially take the same corresponding wire across the k circuits, and those are the ones packed together. Okay, that defines your one sharing polynomial. Previously it was just this one circuit and you had a degree t sharing of this wire value. But now you have these k copies of the circuits and you have a packed sharing of these k many same wires of the circuit. Okay, this is one variant which is looked at. And then there is another variant which is still in the kind of a regime that MPC is, like single instruction, single data. But now what you do is essentially you pack the left wires of all the gates at the same level. This is a little more complex because then you need to have rewiring of circuits and so many things, but I'm not going into the details of this. It requires a lot of additional primitives such as permutations and things like that to rearrange the secrets within the sharing and across sharings. Okay. So what I talked about in the protocol is one variant of the protocol which was DN07. I showed that example for multiplication, right? But we look at MPC from the more generic perspective, which is in the pre-processing paradigm, wherein you have this Beaver triple generation phase as the pre-processing phase, and then you utilize those triples which are generated, the random triples which are generated, to actually compute multiplication on the inputs. And I'm again assuming that all the linear operations are performed locally, additions and multiplication by constant and so on. Okay, so how does this look in the packed secret sharing domain? Instead of the standard Beaver triples, which are degree t shared, we now have the packed versions of the triples. And depending on the setting, how you arrive at these packed variants differs. If time permits, I'll go over one of them. And the online phase essentially also migrates to the packed domain, wherein you have packed triples, packed inputs, and you just want to multiply them, where your Z will now be component wise multiplication. There's a small catch here which I have not talked about right now. I'll come to it soon. So let's look at the online phase first and what happens in it. I'm going over the standard Beaver mechanism first before going to the packed version. So you have your triples which are degree t shared. You also have the inputs x and y which are degree t shared, and you're trying to compute the multiplication. That is pretty much what happens in the online phase of such protocols, right? Because additions, as I said, are local. Okay, so in the Beaver protocol, essentially you will have this parties computing x plus a and y plus b. This is for masking the private value x with a random value a and y with b. This is reconstructed to a peaking, let's say. I'm still talking about like semi-honest security even now. From here, peaking distributes these reconstructed values to everybody. Okay. And finally, we compute this equation which will give us the secret sharing of z, which is the multiplied value x times y. So looking at the cost analysis, the first step is local. It's a linear operation. The second step requires order of n communication, as we talked for reconstruction. Same is the case with the third step, because peaking is giving out two values to n parties. And finally, the last step is also local. Okay. So in total, this will cost you order of n. Now, migrating this to the packed domain, I'll just keep this for a while. So in total, this is costing order of n. Okay. Now, what we want to do is shift all of this to the packed domain, and we'll see what problems come around there. So this is our input. This is what we start with. This computation is the same again. You are doing this over vectors, but it's a local operation. Let's say we are doing the same thing as Beaver, reconstruct x plus a, y plus b. And there is some issue. And in the last step, let's say we are computing the same equation, but now over vectors. Okay. So there are a couple of issues with this. But let's just first see what it turns out to be in terms of communication. So the first step, as I said, is local, which is okay. Second step, let us think of peaking based reconstruction again. Everybody is sending their shares to a peaking, right? That will cost us order of n, which is fine. But now peaking, when it is reconstructed, what it has is vectors of k values. If it sends these k values back to everybody, all the n parties, this will require order of k times n cost. Agree? So again, the communication cost per multiplication will come down to order of n itself, which is already what we had without packing. So this is not giving any benefits when we do it in this particular manner. And additionally, there is a problem over here. I talked about this equation getting computed. But if you notice here, this x plus a times this sharing which we have, we don't really know how to do it. The linearity that I had talked about, in that case, this x plus a was a vector of same values in all the k positions. But here it need not be the case. It can be different values. Okay, so these are the two problems that we have. And we'll see how to resolve them. So redoing the online phase. This is something similar to what we saw in the previous situation. The reconstruction was okay, right? Whatever we are doing towards the peaking was okay. So we still do the same thing, reconstruct x plus a, y plus b. So this is order of n cost. But now instead of peaking, sending out the whole k values to everybody, it will reshare them. It computes this k minus 1 degree sharing and gives out one share per party. And then we try to go ahead and have this equation that we were trying to do. So notice now that these are no longer individual like plain on clear text values, they are secret sharings again. Okay. And this primitive that I have talked about here, this is referred to as degree reduction in the literature, because you started off with a higher degree d polynomial and somehow you managed to reduce the degree to k minus 1, right? Okay. So coming to the communication complexity analysis, first step local, second step was already fine. The third step, notice that now peaking is no longer sending k values to n parties, it is sending just one value, that is its share. Okay, so it's n values to n parties. Now we are okay with the communication, it is order of n by k and k is theta t for us, so that is giving us order of 1 communication. But there is still a problem which I will come to, and this operation is local, but there is a problem here. The issue is that in MPC, what do we try to do? In the standard Shamir sharing case, we start off with degree t polynomials and we maintain that invariant. Even after multiplication, we still need degree t polynomials, sharing of the output wire. Here we started off with degree d sharings, but we have ended up with a degree d plus k minus 1 polynomial. So we somehow, and if you think of doing multiplication sequentially, this will just go beyond the number of parties and you wouldn't even be able to reconstruct eventually. So there is a need to somehow reduce the degree of that as well to degree d, which is exactly what happens. So again, for similar to the question that you had asked, this z cannot be reconstructed on clear to anybody, it will violate privacy because those are actually referring to the circuit wire values. So we first mask it with a random r, which is also shared via the same d plus k minus 1 degree. Then we go ahead and reconstruct this towards a peaking, and peaking reshares, and finally you can just compute this with this additional pre-processing data that I have mentioned. So this is the caveat that I was mentioning when going from standard Shamir sharing to the packed version. In addition to the input, the packed beaver triples, I'm also having this randomness which is now involved. Okay. So if you notice, there are two instances of degree reduction, one which goes from degree d to k minus 1 and one which goes from d plus k minus 1 to k minus 1. And as per the analysis that we had done, this actually satisfies what we need, which is order of n by k. Okay, so this is the paradigm that we started off with, and now I have added these additional R's that I was talking about. This is also what we need from the pre-processing phase to arrive at the online phase. Okay. Now all this, whatever I have talked about so far, it is primarily fine in the synchronous network setting and when I'm assuming semi-honest security, that everybody will do things correctly. So I'll go over one of our works which is essentially in the perfect security case, asynchronous network. I'll just quickly touch upon how to get this pre-processing and online phase completed there. And notice that we are in the optimal threshold setting for perfect security. because as mentioned it was t less than n by 4. So the best communication that we can have over here is order of n, and that is what we have, but we push the order of n to the offline phase. Okay. So this is the template that we want to get to. Now notice that because we have k packed many triples, so these are k multiplication triples internally, right? And we can afford order of n cost per triple. So that means for k we can afford order of k times n cost. Okay. And for the online case, we are trying to keep it order of 1. So we can only afford an order of n cost here, because we finally want it to be order of n by k. Okay, so how do we do this? For the pre-processing phase, it's actually very simple, because we already have a linear communication cost in the asynchronous world to generate triples. Okay, so that will give you degree t shared triples, which is what I've written here. So somehow our protocol will essentially take k many such t shared triples and translate them to a single packed triple with degree d. And notice that this communication is fine, because each one will come at order of n cost and we have order of k many of them. So the cost is fine. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's take the case of just the a values that we have, the first component of our triple. So we have k many such triples which are degree t shared. Now the point over here is that when I'm talking about degree t sharings, I'm assuming the following. This a1 will be Shamir shared with degree t such that it is, the secret is at location f of -1. This is along the lines that you were asking. Instead of f of 0, I'm putting this a1 at f of -1. a2 will be stored at f of -2 in a different polynomial, and so on. Okay, so now to translate this to the packed domain, what you do is just take a unit vector which has 1 in a single position and 0 everywhere else. So for the first case, when I'm referring to ei, let's say e1 will be such that it will have k many values, and you'll embed it in a polynomial where the -1th point is 1 and the rest all -2, -3, -k are all zeros. e2 will be such that at f of -1 it will be 0, f of -2 it will be 1, and the rest of them up until -k will be 0. Okay, it will be more clear in the next slide. But essentially what we do is multiply a degree t sharing of ai with a degree k -1 sharing of some unit vectors. Okay, this is what gives us the degree d, because our d is exactly equal to t plus k -1, and this is that non-linearity which comes into the picture. And for the RD and 2D pair, it is the exact same idea. It's just that you need more number of RIs. Instead of k, you need to k -1 of them. So what I mean by that is the following. Think of the polynomial which has a1 embedded at -1, and think of the polynomial e1 which has e1 embedded in the following form. So -1 to -k, this one has a1 and some random values in the other positions, and this has 1 and 0 in the remaining positions. Okay, we'll multiply these two. For the second a2, we have this e2 polynomial which is at -2. For e3, we have it at -3 and all the way up until ek. So notice that if we sum this up now, all the remaining terms over here, this stays as a1 and all the remaining terms go to 0. Right? So the summation gives us a1, a2 and ak, which is exactly what is the polynomial that we required, which is the packed form of this vector a1 to ak at the required locations. Okay, so this is essentially the pre-processing phase where we'll pack it together. But depending on the setting that you're in, this might not just, there may not be a protocol which gives you a linear cost triple in the first place. So you might have to design that. The protocol for each phase essentially varies with the setting. Okay, so we have got this at a order of k times n cost, as I mentioned, which is order of n per multiplication. Now let me quickly go over what issues come up when we migrate that beaver protocol that we had already in the packed domain to the asynchronous case. So this is the flow of the protocol, right? We had this x plus a computation, then reconstruction towards peaking, essentially the degree reduction. So the issue is that if you notice here, we are relying on a single entity to actually compute something and send it back to the other parties, and the same is the case in the second last step. But the problem with an asynchronous network is that a corrupt party may never send anything, or an honest party may be slow, and you're not able to distinguish between these two. So this can lead to issues, and we need some other mechanism to actually take care of this degree reduction. So what typically happens is that while designing protocols, this degree reduction is one of the primitives which requires redesigning based on the setting that you're in. Typically, the rest of the protocol, the Beaver protocol, will stay the same. It's this particular component which ends up being a bit problematic. So we have to migrate this somehow to the asynchronous world, and that is what we essentially do. So as I mentioned, yes.
Normally, if you want to reconstruct a path secret shared value, it will incur order of n times cost.
Order of n cost is anyway coming because you are sending the shares to somebody, right?
Yeah.
And there are k many things packed, so it is order of n by k towards a single party. That is
when you're reconstructing towards a single party, it will be order of n by k.
n by k.
And since k will be order of n.
Yes. Okay, so as I'm...
The issue is when you're trying to reshare.
The issue, yes. So the reconstruction is okay depending on the threshold. So we are in the setting where we have 40 plus 1 parties, and our t is t plus t by 2. So we can still error correct and reconstruct. But there are cases, if you go to like synchronous setting for instance, and your d is higher, more than t, then you cannot error correct, and this first step itself becomes a problem. Reconstructing towards peaking can become a problem. So that's why I mentioned that based on the setting, these two steps will vary. So the setting that we are in, the reconstruction is okay, but the resharing is a problem because asynchrony, a corrupt peaking may never do anything, and our protocol will essentially not terminate in that case if this is run. So we need a different mechanism for degree reduction. So a natural approach is, okay, let's reconstruct to multiple different peakings. The issue, obviously, immediate issue, this was giving us the correct cost. If we reconstruct to many peakings and ask them to reshare, we have an order n factor blow up in the communication, and then we don't get any better communication than the normal setting. Okay. So how to do this without actually blowing up the cost? And the core idea of this paper is that use different parties as peaking, but what you do is instead of reducing the degree of a single vector of values using these n peakings, reduce the degree of order of n many vectors. Okay. So that is what we are referring to as degree reduction via distributed peaking. So now the goal is the following. I've abstracted that out as a primitive. We have some higher degree vectors which are shared. So I'm just talking about d plus k minus 1 because d is then obvious from there. So we have this, and what we want to do is reduce their degree to k minus 1. Okay. How do we do this? If you've read this DN07 protocol, there is this batched reconstruction primitive in that, which allows you to optimize the reconstruction cost for many Shamir shared values. You can think of this as an extension of that in some sense to the packed domain with some hiccups here and there which come. So what we do is we take these vectors of values that we want to reduce the degree of and think of them to be lying on vectors of degree t polynomials. Okay, so these are essentially the coefficients. So you can think of k many polynomials existing. Now parties will locally, so they hold the shares already, right? Our input was literally that these were shared with a higher degree. So parties can essentially compute the shared evaluation of this polynomial, this vector of polynomials that we have. Okay. So let's think of f of I being computed for each I in 1 to n corresponding to every party. And now we will reconstruct f of I towards pi. Okay. I'll come to the analysis of this, but for now let's just go over the protocol. I'm reconstructing one point on this vector of polynomials towards one party. And now following this, that particular party will reshare the vector that it received, and to compute the output, parties are essentially doing an error correction on all the shares that they received from all the parties. Okay. This is the high level idea of the protocol. Some minor small details I've left out, but this much is enough for the idea itself. Now, just analyzing the communication before going to the correctness as such, just see that this reconstruction towards peaking, which is a packed reconstruction, is still costing us order of n, right? And a party sharing one vector of values is still costing order of n. So each of this step costs order of n per party, which is essentially order of n squared in total. So let's take that this protocol does work for degree reduction. We went from d plus k minus 1 to k minus 1. Then we did it for some k times t plus 1 many values together, right? Because we have t plus 1 vectors each with k. So that is order of n squared values. And the communication we required is still order of n squared. So that is giving us order of 1 communication if everything goes fine. Okay. So I'll just briefly go over the correctness of this protocol. Why is it that you can compute your shares from this evaluation correctly? This is just the summarized version of the protocol, and we can analyze it as follows. I mean, you can ignore this part if it is not really relevant to anybody, but this is the overall idea of the correctness. So consider a jth party share, which I am denoting here by this superscript j. Okay, so jth party share of this output vector, right? This is how it is supposed to look. We need it to have the jth share for each of the vectors. So share is essentially a single element from the field. So let's think of the first element being C0, second element being C1, and that element being CT. So these are our t plus 1 many elements. Now let's define a polynomial which corresponds to the jth party. The coefficients are essentially its shares in the output sharing. Okay. Now the correctness proof, all I'm going to claim is that the sharing that this party Pi created, right, the resharing, is literally a point on this particular polynomial that Pj is supposed to get. And given that we have 4t plus 1 parties, of which at least 3t plus 1 will communicate, and this is a degree t polynomial, you can error correct. That is the idea of the correctness proof. Yeah, so this is what summarizes at most t errors, 3t plus 1 points, and we'll be guaranteed that everybody gets the correct share. So this is the one of the main parts of our protocol wherein we reduce the degree in the asynchronous world, and this sort of an approach can actually be further used in other settings as well via distributed peaking. In fact, we have, and we also see the potential of it being used elsewhere. So finally, what we have done is we did this degree reduction at order of kn cost for kn many multiplications, and this was already order of n for us. So we got the whole MPC at order of n and order of 1 cost that we required. Okay, so just winding up, I talked about the pre-processing and the online phase as just two blocks wherein I have this beaver triples in the first case and the beaver multiplication protocol in the second. But the pre-processing phase itself can compose of many different sub-primitives, and this is the work which the CP17 you had asked about. So they give this framework in which you can view this, in which the following primitives exist. So the pre-processing phase, you have these n parties. You require verifiable secret sharing, be it in synchronous, asynchronous, or the perfect statistical case, depending on the setting, the corresponding secret sharing scheme. So parties will use this to share triples and so on. Then you have another primitive which this is utilized in, which is verifiable triple sharing. So we need the beaver triples, right? Which are essentially, one way to look at it is that every party shares triples which you verify that they are indeed triples, and then you somehow combine them together to get truly random triples. And that combination of all the triples, that primitive is essentially called triple extraction, where you take random triples from all n parties and give out triples which are not known to any single party or any subset of t parties actually. And finally, you have the online phase which requires beaver multiplication, and internally the primitive that it uses, as I've mentioned, is degree reduction. So even if you look at the standard beaver protocol with degree t, what we are doing is going from degree t to sort of degree 0 sharing in some sense. So you can view that also as an instance of degree reduction. And if you have a protocol for each of these building blocks, depending on their complexity, you have a protocol with a final resultant complexity. So just contrasting the two sides, to build any optimal MPC, whether it is in the optimal threshold setting or beyond, we have the verifiable secret sharing. On the one side, we have degree T Shamir sharing. On the other side, we have this packed sharing that we need. The same holds for degree T or degree D relation sharing. And typically, this would be like a multiplication triple, where each party shares it. Then we have relation extraction as the thing over either degree T or the packed domain. Then we have degree reduction, as I talked about. In the standard setting, this literally refers to like reconstruction. Take a degree T value, reconstruct it. Over there, we require those two, at least so far, we have required those two kinds of degree reductions. And just summarizing the results which are there in this area, which I had already talked about before, but just to summarize it once again. In the perfect security case, for the synchronous network, we have this linear communication, the optimal cost, optimal threshold case already. There's also a work which pushes the linear cost to the offline and gives order of 1 online cost. And finally, in the non-optimal threshold, we have this order of 1 cost. And the same holds true for asynchronous networks as well. In the statistical security case, we have the order of n, which is again optimal. And we also have protocols which give order of 1 with theta t extra number of parties. Okay, I think that's about it. Yes. Upper bound now? K. So that depends on, so when I mentioned the Beaver protocol, your degree goes up to d plus k minus 1, right? So d plus k minus 1 has to be lesser than the number of parties first of all, so that you can facilitate reconstruction. So that bound exists. Yeah.
Secret sharing, concept of threshold, like threshold secret sharing. So in type C secret sharing, we will have concept like threshold packed secret sharing, like the number of participants combine their secret threshold.
Right, so this is already the threshold version itself. So what this guarantees is that any number of T parties cannot get any information about any of the K secrets. If more than T parties come together, then some values start getting leaked. If you have T plus K values, you get the entire polynomial. So beyond, so if the whole talk essentially T was the maximum number of corrupt parties. And beyond T, you start leaking some information about the secrets. Okay, done, right?
Any more questions? Okay, let's all thank the speaker once again.
Thank you. Oh, I get that. True that. Thank you.
We have a short break. We will start at 3:30.
welcome back. This is going to be the last session of today. So we have Professor Ivan Damgaard from Aarhus University, and the title of the talk is Lower Bounds for Information Theoretic MPC. So this is going to be the counterpart of the first talk which Shravani has just delivered. So let me introduce the speaker. So Professor Ivan Damgaard is a professor in computer science at Aarhus University, Denmark. He specializes in cryptography and related algorithms and mathematics. He is the author of 200 plus peer-reviewed scientific papers. He is a fellow of the International Association of Cryptographic Research and has received the Dijkstra Prize in Distributed Computing as well as multiple test of time awards from the reputed conferences such as STOCK, TCC, PKC. So let's welcome Professor Ivan Damgaard. So the floor is yours. Yeah, then you can start.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me, and yeah, please interrupt me if I speak too fast or the sound is not good. So yeah, I'm going to speak about some low bound techniques for information theoretic MPC, and this is based on joint work with all these nice people here. So first of all, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. So yeah, information theoretically secure MPC protocols, as we all know, they're great because the computational overhead is typically very low. We get the best possible security guarantee, so that's great. What is not so great is that sometimes you have many rounds and you need large communication complexity. And it's a long-standing open problem, or in fact set of open problems, whether this is inherent or not. So I have some answers in this talk, and the spoiler is that the communication overhead is indeed inherent for some functions, in some cases at least. So I guess that's the simplest takeaway message from this talk. But before we dive in more, we should maybe agree on what does communication overhead mean, actually. So, trivial observation, you can of course compute any function if you don't care about security by simply sending all the inputs to one player and let him or her compute the function. And this communication complexity will then be simply the size of the inputs. You might say, but don't you have to send the output somewhere? And maybe you do, but we'll focus on functions with small output or where only one guy gets the output, so the communication of the output doesn't matter in this context, so we can kind of allow ourselves to forget about that. So the question, of course, is, if you have an information theoretic secure protocol, must it communicate more than the input size? That's one thing, and the different, but much harder question is, the communication complexity, how does that compare to the circuit size of the function to compute? And this is a different question, of course, because the circuit size might be much bigger than the input size. So we'll be looking at this stuff in this talk, and basically the results will be in a model where we assume synchronous secure point-to-point channels using the standard model where the length of, I have to say, this is kind of a standard approach, and the reason why you assume that the length will leak is because any implementation of this will need cryptography, and from the size of the ciphertext you can always do something about the size of the messages that was sent. We'll consider the case of honest majority and passive statistical security, and n equals 3t plus 1, then active security. In fact, active perfect security with a board. In both models, we can show that for any n infinitely many input sizes s, there is a function that has an input size s bits, and where any protocol that computes f security has to communicate n times s bits. Okay, so there's an overhead, and compared to the simple protocol where we just send the inputs to some place. And again, this is not because the output is large, it's by assumption on the function, that doesn't really matter. Okay, so there'll be results for asynchronous protocols as well, and most of the time the results for asynchronous protocols kind of follow as a simple afterthought after we've done the synchronous piece, basically. Okay, there's also more is true because the functions that we consider here turn out to have linear size circuits in the input size. So therefore the results also say that these functions actually require communication that is n times the circuit size, where these Cn passes the circuit size of the function. And now the point is that if you look at general MPC protocols, all those we know, they basically do the same. I mean, whatever that means for all circuits. So if they have to have overhead factor n over the circuit size for these functions, one expects that they must have the same overhead function for all circuits because they do the same for all circuits. This is not a proof, of course, that there's no MPC protocol that can do better than that. It's just that with all the known protocols that we have, that would seem to be the case. There are also matching upper bounds that are known, and you've seen some of those in other talks in this workshop. So you can extend this to suboptimal thresholds. So for instance, for if n is 2t plus s and not plus 1, or n is 3c plus s, then the bound becomes a factor s worse or smaller. And this actually matches known optimizations that we can do using packed secret sharing and those kinds of techniques. And again, other talks in this workshop I think have shown how you can do something like this. Okay, so it works. I'm not going to dwell on this in the interest of time, but there's a bunch of work that does earlier similar things or related things, and I'll leave that to you to study more in detail. So there'll be two parts, right? There'll be one part on statistical security and another part on perfect security. So statistical security first, and actually for simplicity, I will actually pretend that we do perfect security even in this part. It turns out that for statistical security, results are actually the same up to some small epsilons that you have to add here and there. Things get a little bit more technical if you're doing this, but the basic ideas are the same. So it's simple to explain with this perfect security. Okay, so the starting point will be two-party private information retrieval. This doesn't seem like it might not seem like it has anything to do with what we're talking about, but you'll see the connection in a moment. So in peer, we have a server and a client. And the idea is that the server has a bit string X, a database, as some people would say, and the client has an index I. And the idea is that we want some interaction between the server and the client, and in the end, the client will learn the ith bit from bit string X. And the security property is the server must learn nothing, and the client must get the right answer. It's basically that's what peer is about. And it's well known that if the protocol is perfectly secure, and we really only have these two parties, it is always possible that from the transcript of the protocol, the client can compute not just the bit he wants, but in fact the entire bit string. And the reason for this, of course, is that the client could sit down with the transcript and say, what if I pretended to have asked for a different index j? I could have had the same interaction with the server, and this is possible because the server must not learn which index the client asks for. So the client can simulate the entire game himself with the transcript, pretending he asked for a different index j, and then get this other index. And do this for every index, and then you get the entire string. So it means that the transcript for a two-party peer, if it's perfectly secure, it must be of size at least the length of X, in fact. But what you need to remember from this slide is basically, if you have two-party peers, it's basically secure. The client can, in fact, compute the entire bit string of the server from the transcript. Okay? So,
So when you talk about the security for a two-party PIR, then are you just thinking about an adversarial client only? The server is not unbounded powerful.
Okay, so this is all for semi-honest security, and either the server or the client can be corrupt. And in fact, the only relevant security property is if the server is semi-honest. And then the security property says the server must learn nothing about the index the client wants. For the client, in peer, we actually don't care what he learns. It's fine if he learns the entire string.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Okay.
There was only one. There's only if this was if you wanted the client to only learn the bit that he wants, that's a different game, which is called, I think, symmetric peer. It's actually oblivious transfer in some sense, right? But we don't need this simple case here. Yeah, so again, for peer, if there's only two parties and it's information generated secure, you cannot, there's no really efficient protocol. The client must be able to learn the entire bit string. Okay, so then we go to honest majority. The first step is to think of the three-party protocol. And here we'll assume a three-party protocol for computing the inner product. So the two players on top there, they have each a bit string. And the purpose is that the third player should learn the inner product of these two bit strings, whereas the other two guys have no output. And we assume that we have a protocol for this, that secure gets one semi-honest corruption. Okay. Good. So we have some transcripts here. So yeah, the transcript between all the messages exchanged between the first and the second player is called T1, 2, and so on, right? Good. And now, because P2 has no output, that implies, of course, that her entire view, in particular T1, 2, must be independent of X, of course, because you learn nothing by assumption on the security. But then if we set Y to be a one-hot vector, as some people call it, so a vector with all zeros except for 1 and 1 position, and you join P2 and P3 together, you can see that what this becomes is actually a peer protocol, right? Because the inner product now is just one it's just one bit from X, obviously, and the bit that corresponds to the position of the 1 in the Y vector. So then you can see that this is a two-party peer, obviously, and you can compute X, therefore, from the transcript between the server, Snoopy in this case, and the other two. But then that implies that T13 must be at least as large as X. And why is that? That's because if we only have T12, we know nothing about X. But then if we add T13, suddenly we know all of X. So that means T13 must have carried enough information to determine X uniquely. Okay? If you want to formalize this, it's really just the chain rule for entropy, but never mind. So this is what you conclude. And this is actually already a non-trivial result because P3 only learns one input bit, but still must communicate a lot. Okay? So that's what we get from this. So what you should remember now for the next slide is if you have a three-party protocol for the product, then the guy who learns the product actually has to communicate at least the size of these input strings there. Okay? So now we want to lift this thing to a multi-party result. And so we're going to have tons of different parties here. Okay, so we have on top here, we have T Snoopies, and we have T Lucy's, and we have a Charlie Brown at the bottom there, right? And so we have two T plus one parties in total. And what you can you see my marker here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So each party on top here has an input vector x1. That's a bit string, and one bit is input. And this goes for these guys. We call these x1 to xt, and there's one bit input as well for these guys. These guys are the same. There's one vector, a bit string, y1 up to yt, and some bits. Okay. And down here, Charlie Brown, for convenience, he only has a one-bit input. And the idea is that, here we go. So we're going to define set to be one bit, and that's going to be the inner product of the vectors that we get by concatenating all the x guys, all the y guys, and then doing the inner product of those two concatenated vectors. Okay, and then we are going to output to everyone their binary input times this inner product. So you can think of that binary input as a selection bit. It's a selection bit that says, do I want the output or not? Okay? So everybody could potentially get the output, but maybe some people don't. Okay, so then we assume a protocol that is, for this function, that computes securely against T semi-honest corruptions. Okay. So then what we can do is we can take this protocol and construct ourselves a three-party protocol that matches what we saw on the previous slide. We can do this by setting all the BIDs to 0 and B3. So the output bit for the selection bit for Charlie Brown, we set that to be 1. So that means that in this case, nobody on the top line there gets the inner product, but only Charlie Brown gets. And with that setup, we can say we now join all the Snoopies together, all the Lucy's together. Now we have all of a sudden the three-party protocol, right? And that exactly matches what you had, the picture you had on the previous slide, namely all these guys between them have a vector as input, and so does the Lucy's here, and Charlie Brown gets the output. Nobody else gets output. So that's exactly, by the observation of the previous slide, implies that P3 has to communicate all the S bits where S is the total input size of this thing. Okay? But in fact, if you think about it, P3 here isn't really special after all. Because what we can do is we can treat the inputs a little bit differently to show that if another guy gets the output, also this guy must communicate a lot. And we can do this by setting the selection bit of this guy to be 1, and all the other input bits are 0. In addition, we set y1 to be 0. The idea with this is y1 being 0, zeroes out the contribution from this vector here. And therefore, by doing the same function as before, we are really computing the inner product of the concatenation of x2 up to xt with inner product with y2 up to yt, if that makes sense. And only the first Snoopy guy here gets the output. So therefore we join these guys. So again, we join T guys together, and then there's one guy left who gets the output. And by the same token as before, because we join T guys together and the protocol here is secure against T corruptions, that means the three-party protocol becomes secure against one semi-honest corruption. And so the conclusion is the same, that now this guy must communicate S bits. And of course this argument works basically for all parties. What we're saying here is if we hardwire these selection bits in such a way that only one guy gets the output, that one guy must communicate a lot. Okay? So conclusion therefore is, what I just said for each party, when the inputs are such that only this guy gets the output, that party must communicate a lot. But then the observation is of course the communication pattern, including lengths of messages, they must not depend on the inputs because that part is always available to the adversary. So that implies that everybody must communicate a lot all the time because you don't want to reveal who gets the output. So that means that the total communication is actually a number of parties times the input size. So that was the conclusion we had. And you can also see that, of course, this inner product function can be computed using a linear number of elementary gates, linear input size. So, as I promised, that bound is also n times the circuit size of the function we're considering. So again, I said this before, but you know, this is not proof that any MPC protocol must have overhead factor n over the circuit size, but it does indicate strongly that unless we have a very miraculous MPC protocol that somehow is able to exploit the fine-grained structure of the circuit, we would need to have this overhead factor n all the time. Okay, so so we can generalize this result to a case where we have a smaller number of probe options. In particular, if n is 2t plus s, that can be bigger than 1. And the way it happens is it's essentially the same thing as before. Instead of having one party get the output, we can select a subset of S parties and argue this subset has to communicate a lot. So if you remember the slide before, there was one guy who got the output. Now the idea is we take out S parties, S Charlie Browns, who are the only ones who get output, and the other ones don't, and otherwise we do the same argument. So the idea is we can slice the n parties into S divided by S disjoint subsets, and show in the same way each subset has to communicate a lot. That argument is the same, but now we only have S n divided by S, parties or subsets of parties that must communicate a lot, so we lose a factor S in the bound, basically. You get this, so you get basically overhead n divided by S per gate per multiplication gate effectively. Yeah, so when, in particular, when it's 3t plus 1, that effectively means S is t, and therefore is n over 3. So that would, then this bound becomes linear, in fact, in that particular case. So the bound indicates that maybe you can get constant overhead. Indeed, that is possible, as you've probably seen in this workshop as well. Okay? Even for that case, that bound is actually tied for statistical security and semi-constant. So, okay. That's the first part of the talk, basically. So if there are any questions to that particular part, then it's a good time to ask them now. If not, then we continue. So part 2 is on perfect security then. And in particular, we assume n is 3t plus 1, and we have perfect malicious security, so it's important to emphasize here. As I said, the previous bound for statistical, it only allows us to claim constant overhead. But in fact, if I require perfect malicious security, then there are lower bounds that are better than that are already known. So constant overhead is definitely not the answer in this case. I'm going to cover a recent lower bound that works even if we assume only abort, and that's this joint work with Peter and Swati and that's right. Here the starting point is going to be a protocol for 4 parties. So the idea is the following: we have these 4 parties, and we are doing an oblivious transfer from the first player to the second player. So Snoopy has 2 strings, M0 and M1. Lucy has a selection bit B, and Lucy is supposed to learn MB, but not the other string. And these 2 guys down here just come along for the ride. They have no outputs or inputs. And we are going to assume that there's length L, that's the length of these strings that you transfer from one party to the other. And what we assume here is this protocol is supposed to be secure. It has 1 malicious corruption. And we assume perfect security with abort. And the reason, we're putting a low bound here. So assuming that it's only abort security makes the result stronger. Like we're saying, you have to have a lot of communication even if you only assume security with abort. Is the idea. So the idea here is we're going to show that P3, the guy with no output, must communicate at least L bits, so the length of the output. So this is an untrivial result because, I mean, he doesn't have input and output, but he still must communicate a lot for this protocol to work. It turns out that's actually enough for the multi-party result I was claiming, because you can actually lift this thing here to a multi-party result using exactly the same techniques as I was doing before under part 1. I'm not going to repeat that, but just remember that in fact we are already done if we can take this 4-party protocol and show that the 2 guys that don't have inputs and outputs actually must communicate at least the length of these 2 strings that we have transferred. So the plan here is going to be that we will reduce this 4-party protocol eventually to a 2-party protocol, where we can directly prove something about how much it has to communicate. So there's quite a few steps here, and it might be confusing at times, so please interrupt me on the way if something is not clear. Okay, so now we go from 4 parties to 3 parties. And the plan is the input-output behavior is the same, but now this 4th guy is gone. I'm going to claim that these 3 parties will emulate the 4-party protocol. And now we are going to assume only semi-honest corruption at this point. And you're going to ask, of course, what about the 4th party? I mean, how do you emulate the 4-party protocol with 3 parties? And the answer is, well, we are going to ask these guys to emulate the remaining party by just choosing random messages locally. So what I'm saying is that when in the four-party protocol, Snoopy expect a message from this fourth guy, he's going to choose a random string and pretend that was what the guy sent. And everybody else does the same. You can say this is kind of what we're doing is we're emulating a kind of weird, actively corrupted fourth player that just always sends out random messages. That's what this is going to be, basically. So, what can we say about this protocol? Well, if the protocol doesn't abort, then the input-output behavior must always be correct. And that's because the original four-party protocol was secure, perfectly secure against the corrupt, maliciously corrupt P4, right? Because that's what we're doing. We're executing the protocol where P4 shows some weird malicious behavior. The protocol might abort because it can't tolerate that behavior, but it might also finish. And if it does, it must always give the correct output. You of course say, will we ever get something out of this? Well, the thing is that this randomly behaving P4 could actually happen to behave honestly. There is a non-zero, very small, but non-zero probability that this actually happens. So if this happens, then everybody is honest, everybody is following the protocol, so therefore the protocol must terminate normally. And if it does that, then we have a situation which, seen from the four-party perspective, is one where this fourth guy behaves honestly, and therefore the protocol is secure even if we corrupt, for instance, Snoopy semi-honest, because the protocol is secure against one corruption. So in this particular lucky case where the emulated guy is honest, then in fact the three-party protocol here is secure, it's private, even if one of these guys is semi-honest corrupt. Unfortunately, this doesn't always have to happen, of course. It could also be that the protocol terminates protocol terminates even if Thomas, the fourth guy here, was not behaving honestly. But then we cannot appeal to semi-honest corruption of the other guys because we already spent one corruption on the fourth guy there. So it terminates. Normally gives output. The output is always correct, but there are two cases. Either we have privacy, everything is fine, or things might leak. So the model here is we get a three-party protocol, which sometimes, with some probability at least, will generate output. That output will always be correct. And either everything is fine, it's private, or it leaks everything. That's the model. So it's secure with leakage, is the idea. So at the end of the day, we have a three-party protocol, which is secure against one semi-honest corruption. It does the OT correctly if it terminates, but it might actually leak. But there's a certain non-zero probability that it does not leak. Okay? So now we take a step back and we say, okay, let's consider any three-party protocol that does this function here with that property. So we have a leaky three-party string OT. Alright? So you can kind of already maybe see the intuition of why we should get something out of this, because like we are doing a two-party OT with a third helper now, right? So if it's well known, of course, if we had only two parties, you cannot have information theoretic OT. It's not possible. You would be transferring basically information you're supposed to transfer. So intuitively it seems, well, some information must go at this third guy here for this thing to be secure. So that's kind of why you think this guy must communicate. A bunch of stuff, right? What makes it non-trivial to show is, of course, that this protocol that we're assuming has only a very weak security promise. Like it only works some of the time, and sometimes it leaks everything. So it's not as simple as all that. But intuition, I guess, is reasonable. So what we can do is we are going to take this guy here and make it into a two-party leaky key exchange instead. Okay. So to do this, we are going to join the two guys on the left side there. And now we are going to assume, this is a little bit out of the blue, but we're assuming a model where this key exchange is going to take place in a case where we are giving the two parties that do the key exchange for free a secret string of length L prime. Now, this is given for free to both parties. And now you have to remember that now this key exchange model, the adversary is not corrupting any of these two guys. He's looking at the exchange information between two parties and trying to divide which key we are exchanging. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to use the string that we're given for free to one-time pad encrypt the communication between these two guys. So we XOR by the string here. So the idea is that the adversary who looks at this communication here, but not this string, he's going to see nothing here. And so only this communication between the sender and the receiver and the OT will be visible to him. Okay, and now you can show that security of the original leaky OT implies security of the leakage of this key exchange here. Yeah, so what I forgot to say here, sorry about that. What I forgot to say, maybe I can go back here. Okay, yeah. So in order to turn the input-output behavior of the protocol into a key exchange protocol, we're going to ask Snoopy here to say, choose a random key and set both strings for the OT to be equal to that key. That's what happens here. And then Lucy will just choose a random bit and will of course always get the key back. So that's how this turns into a key exchange protocol, where this side sends a key to the other side.
So I have a question here, Ivan. Have we tried to reduce leaky three-party string OT to two-party leaky string OT? And did we have difficulty, and that's why we chose this leaky key exchange, or a different problem?
This was the only thing that seemed to work, I think. So it's because you'll see how it might seem strange that it's using the string, this auxiliary string out of the blue, but it's simply a part of the model in which we can construct the key exchange. And it plays a very special role. You'll see exactly how this all is put together. The intuition is that, so I'm claiming that if we have original leaky OT for three parties, we get this new thing is secure. And why is that the case? Well, because if this string here is long enough to one-time pad encrypt this part here, then the adversary sees nothing here. So the only thing he sees is the communication between the sender and the receiver of the OT. And it's well known, of course, that if it's an OT, then if you have something that both the sender and the receiver and the OT know, that cannot determine anything about what is being transferred. Because, you have two things you want to send. That string there cannot determine something about only one of the strings, because then that would reveal to the sender which bit the other guy's interested in. But if it determines stuff about both the strings transferred, then this guy, the receiver, could learn something about both strings. That's also not allowed. So the only way out is this part here actually doesn't have any information about what we are transferring. So this, you give me any leaky three-party OT, I get a leaky key exchange in this scenario. Why is it leaky? Well, because the original OT might leak. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, that was the question I was going to ask. The last point that you just made, I was going to ask: it's leaky only because the OT is leaky? There is no other leakage happening.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. If we're in a subcase where the OT works as it's supposed to, then this thing is actually fine.
Even there is a non-technical thing that I want to say. So we started on Zoom, and we have a free account, which means that we had only 30 minutes. So in 2 minutes we'll have to restart another session.
Okay, I guess we can.
Yeah, maybe we can conclude in this slide, and we have sent another link to you, so we can resume from there.
Okay, sorry about that. So I mean, okay, we have thought about this before. I could set up a link myself and just use that, but that's fine. So I guess we should just. I was done with this slide, so maybe we should just reset.
Yes. That will be
Okay, and then we'll come back to what we can say about the key exchange.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, so I'll just go here, stop sharing, and then I'll leave this meeting and come back to a new one you sent me. Okay. Yeah. So see you. Okay, so are we back again?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm going to share again. This one here, and now we go and we do the. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, okay, all good. So good. So yeah, this is where we were, I think. Okay, so then finally, a two-party leaky key exchange. So now, remember the model that we had before, we had a special case of this sort of protocol. Now we consider this any protocol of its form. And the form here is that we will consider two parties, P1 and P2. They are given for free in the beginning, a string of length L prime. The goal is to send the key of length L from P1 to P2. And the protocol is leaky in the sense that it might be the case that an adversary looking at this particular transcript here, but not the string here, of course, might be able to see the key, but there is a non-zero probability that he doesn't learn anything about the key. Okay? So, yeah, there's a non-zero probability, there's a non-zero probability that it doesn't leak. And now you can probably see what the intuition is. So we can show that it must be the case that then the string you get for free in the beginning must be at least as long as the key you are sharing. And intuition, I guess, is clear because the adversary is watching everything that goes on. So kind of the only way you have to solve this would be to use the string to hide the key, right? And for that to be the case, the string must be at least as long as the key, right? Of course, this doesn't prove anything really for several reasons. First of all, we want to show this for any protocol that does this must be the case. And secondly, which is the worst technical problem, is that it is leaky, right? It only works with some very small but non-zero probability. So it turns out that if you want to show this with ordinary Shannon entropy as the basis, that doesn't really work. You have to use what is called max entropy instead, which is sort of an information measure that takes into account the fact that the information transferred might sometimes be, it's not an average, it's only with a certain probability that things work. That's sort of very, let's say, intuitive what is going on. It's a rather long story, so I would advise you to look at the paper for the details of this. But basically, I think the intuition is clear enough that this should be the case. And the rest is just a technicality to show that this really does work. But now we're actually done, I claim. And why is that the case? Because you have to remember what L prime actually meant. So, so L was actually the length of the input for the original four-party string routine, right? So because L is length of the key here, but that key actually, was the same length as those messages we transferred in the OT when we constructed the key exchange. And on the other hand, L prime was the length of the communication between P3 and P4 in the original protocol, right? Because we used this string to one-time pad encrypt the communication for the third party, from the third party, in our slide before. Yeah, so maybe I should go back and show you that. So we were here. So here in our actual construction, we used this string to XOR here, and so we could show that there's no leakage in this particular construction here when the string is at least as long as the communication down here. So that's why we can say that L prime is the length of the communication between the original parties in the original protocol. And so we're actually done now because this here is then actually what we wanted to show. That this third party here, which didn't have inputs and outputs in the original OT protocol, actually still must communicate enough to at least the size of the strings transferred in the OT. And this was just a four-party result, but again we can lift that to a multi-party result using normal things. So we can kind of conclude then on perfect security. So we expect that if you want to compute a circuit with perfect abort security and n equals 3t plus 1, then we expect this overhead factor of n per gate basically. You can generalize this to overhead n over s for n equals 3t plus s, and that's again the same sort of variant of the multi-party lifting technique that we've seen before. There's no surprises there. We can get a similar result also for asynchronous protocols and n is 40 plus s. And the reason you can do this is basically instead of starting from a four-party protocol, we start from a five-party protocol, which we assume is asynchronously secure. But then in the asynchronous model, the adversary is allowed to delay messages arbitrarily. So basically the attack that we're going to do here is we're going to take one of these five parties and delay his messages, one of the other parties, delay the messages indefinitely, so he doesn't get to take part. And the protocol must still work, even despite this, so therefore we are essentially back with the four-party keys. So the intuition is that the same proof works with that kind of adversarial scheduling, basically. Okay, yeah, that's what I just said. Okay, so open problems at the end here. So of course one nice thing would be to have more examples of naturally occurring multi-party functions where you can show these lower bounds. And there's in fact already an example. There's a very recent paper from last year by Song and Ye, where they show a factor n overhead for the inner product of two vectors. So that's a different function from what we considered here, and the proof technique is completely different. So it just shows that there's a lot of stuff to find here still, I think. Then of course there's the much harder open question. So what is really the lower bound for functions where the circuit size is much bigger than the inputs. This is a very non-trivial question to ask, because if allow the MPC protocol to do whatever it wants, then you have to consider an MPC construction that says, so you want me to compute this circuit. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and find a much smaller circuit computing the same function and evaluate that circuit securely instead. There's kind of a built-in question about circuit complexity here, which is, a very big open problem in complexity theory that we probably should not expect to be able to solve. So I think that if you want a more general lower bound than what you've seen here, you have to find some way to formalize some constraint on what the MPC protocol is allowed to do, so that it cannot go and trick us by finding a smaller circuit that computes the same function, for instance, stuff like this. And I'm not sure what that formalization would be. It's certainly a harder question, but maybe there's a way out here. And then finally, there is the even harder problem, I guess. So it's well known, of course, that if you don't care about efficiency, communication efficiency, then we know exactly what the bound complexity is. And Peter has done lots of work on this, of course, so we know exactly what the answer is. It's 3 or 4 rounds depending on what kind of security you ask for. But if you insist on efficient protocols, then we have no idea what the bound complexity. We know that large classes of functions do have constant bound protocols, but we really have no idea whether constant bound is possible. That's a tough one. If you ask Yuvali Shah, he will tell you that if you solve this, you also make a breakthrough in locally decodable codes, and there's lots of things that are connected to this. So that's really one way to get famous, to solve this one for sure. That is what I have. So thank you. So we don't have audio from you right now, for some reason.
Questions are coming. So if you said for the general case when the circuit size can be bigger than the input, it's a non-trivial question because the MPC could go figure out a smaller circuit. But what if we assume, optimality, like we have an agreed upon function and there exists a circuit of a given size, and I assume that is known to be optimal. So now do we know anything about how much the communication complex?
No, we don't. So the thing is, of course, that it might, what the MPC protocol might do could be more subtle than just finding a smaller circuit. Even if we know that the circuit we are given is as small as it can possibly be, there might still be several different circuits that compute the same function that are of the same size, or even slightly bigger but easier to compute. What do I know? I mean, the thing is, maybe the MPC protocol finds a different circuit that somehow is easier to compute efficiently, and now beats the bounded out. That kind of stuff is so what I'm saying is, I guess this kind of complexity is hard to get rid of, even if you assume that you're given an optimal size circuit.
I see. Thanks.
So is there any non-trivial lower bounds known event for computational security?
Well, I mean, there isn't much. So if you assume, let's say, fully homomorphic encryption, then the input size is enough, right? Because you just have to basically give people encryptions of the inputs. Everybody computes the function output by themselves, and now it doesn't depend on the circuit size at all.
So I have a question on the like a doubt on the proof intuition. So when we moved from when we finally lifted to the 4-party setting, so if you could go to that slide just before the I guess 2 slides earlier. Yeah, that's yeah. Sorry.
This one here?
No, the 2 slides later, I think. Yeah.
2 slides later?
Yes.
This one?
Just before the conclusion slide. So, the next one, sorry. Yes, sorry, that one. So, I understand L prime being the length of the communication between P3 and P2 in the 3-party setting. Why is it the length of the communication between P3 and P4 in the original protocol? Yeah, why is, so P3 and P2 I understand because it's so P3 sends the XOR by string to P2, but we are now concluding that it's the communication between P3 and P4, and I'm not sure why that's true. Oh, yes.
Also dropped.
Okay, folks, I'm not sure what happened here, but it seemed that you guys disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think there was some internet issue.
Oh, okay. So should I go back to the slides here? Maybe I should. Here we go. Right.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you heard my question. So my question was, so we say in the slide it says L prime is the length of the communication between P3 and P2 in the original protocol. Oh, P3 and P2. Oh, that's fine. Okay, yeah. I think.
I had a typo.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay, then fine. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think that's it. There are no more questions from the
Okay.
audience.
Okay, good. Okay, so thanks guys for inviting me. It was a pleasure.